here. I think 8:30 over there in the night.
Great.
Let me put some more powder.
All
Take away some of the shininess.
right, we'll just wait for our participants to join in.
Yeah, I see things. I see things. Oh, Jesus, 300 people already.
Oh,
Shit.
wow. Welcome. All right.
Welcome, guys.
All right. So I guess while people start pouring into the chat, we're going to go ahead and make our opening announcements. We just want to welcome everybody to the very first TAC Resolve training masterclass with Walter Rapato. We've interviewed Walter before on the platform on Instagram, and he gave us a lot of wonderful information. And thanks to some legwork by Ashish and our team here, and obviously some wonderful collaboration from Walter. He's agreed to come on board and teach this class for us today. It's going to be a 4-hour session. So we just want to kind of cover a couple ground rules so that we're able to be efficient with our time and with Walter's time, and kind of get the most out of the teaching experience. Obviously, we all know Walter. He's an exemplary colorist, one of the top professionals in the industry, and so we're going to be privy to some really amazing information. So throughout the actual webinar process, you'll see 2 boxes in your Zoom kind of protocol. One's going to be like a general chat window where you can just kind of comment and have discussion with your other chat members. There's going to be a second box that's a Q&A box. So if you have any specific questions for Walter that you'd like to ask, just make sure to submit those questions to that box. If you submit a question to the chat box, it likely won't be regarded. Those chat questions are viewable by Walter. So as time opens up for Q&A, we'll be able to kind of go through those and reference those questions for you. As far as the questions themselves, make sure that if you can, answer or ask questions that are relevant to kind of the subject matter that we're on, so that we don't get too sidetracked. Obviously, color grading is very dense. It's a very expansive, topic, and there's a lot of side branches we can get distracted on. So just for the sake of Walter's time and for the sake of the other chat members, try and keep your focus of those questions related to the subject matter that he's teaching. The actual format is going to be basically 4 1-hour sessions. We'll take a small 10-minute break or so, to refresh about every 55 minutes. And then we'll have a minor Q&A portion at that point. And yeah, so everything besides that is going to be fine. At the end, we'll probably do an open Q&A. We'll kind of have more general topics and stuff to discuss. And yeah, so Walter's here. We just want to give a quick note as well. There was an email that went out earlier in the week that may have caused some confusion about a possible cancellation, just an internal glitch. We apologize for any confusion that might have caused. And we also want to ask you guys keep all of our TAC Resolve team in India in your prayers. They're kind of dealing with an outbreak of COVID right now. And so Ashish himself and some of the team members are dealing with that. So just keep them in your thoughts.
Raymond,
Yeah.
if I can add to this one right before, every panelist can actually have, raise their hand with a little icon, right? So I would like you to join me for literally 10 seconds. Ashish's mom is in the hospital and she's really not well. So if you guys can just for 5 seconds, take a moment and just do a prayer like you will do in your own faith. Um, and if you can, just raise your hand in the panel. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you guys. So yeah, we'll be thinking about them, and they've been working very diligently to get this here for you, even kind of dealing with all that. So we just thank them for their hard work. And again, Q&A box for any questions. Yeah, I think we do have one quick comment or note. Peter Chamberlain, the head of R&D for DaVinci Resolve, is also joining our chat today. So we just want to welcome him for all of his diligence and hard work in providing such an awesome software for us to use. Obviously, they're constantly working and pushing the boundaries for color grading software, and doing a big amount of work to kind of get that to the hands of new colorists and people that are working within the industry, professional and novice alike. So we just want to give them a shout out. And then I believe we have one more shout out here as well. Mark Wellage, a senior colorist from Chroma Hollywood, is also within our group. So we just want to thank him for his contributions to, color grading throughout his tireless efforts online and just providing some good information. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and hand it over to Walter. Walter, the floor is yours, and
Okay.
we're awaiting your instruction.
Okay, thank you guys. So welcome all of you. There are a bunch of you that already are colorists and some of them well known. So like I say, when I was talking privately to you, you earned the right to pull my legs for the rest of our careers. If there are 10 colorists in a room and you have to color a piece, you will probably see more than 10 different ways to do it. And it's not too dissimilar in a way to writing a book. In writing a book, you learn not just to write a book from the beginning, you learn how to type, how to write the letters, how to form the words. You learn to speak before you actually can put it on a piece of paper. And color is not much different. While we learn the craft and the tool, the little buttons and the little nuances of the software you're using, having a global vision of where you want to go, having this book of color, this story to tell, it's a much more complex and involving. So I'm a farmer. I start as a farmer. I'm a colorist currently at Company 3 Hollywood. Previously, I worked 15 years at Photocam. And today, I want to try to do something with you. I want to try to find out why we do what we do. No, not really how to do things. Yes, we cover that too, but not how, move this button to get that particular result. It's more like, why do I move this button? Which is the thought process behind it, the fact that we're moving the button, and which is the global thought process to do that. And keep in mind, you may have different projects in your hand. You may have a long format TV, a long format theatrical, they're different length. You can have a short between 6 and 20 minutes. You may have a music video. You may have advertisement, and each one of them has its own strategy. If in advertisement you can, spend a week to do literally 40 shots, and you can put hundreds of windows, and until somebody beat that every single color of that particular shot. In feature world, you simply don't have the time. You may have a week and you have 2,500 shots you have to go through. So you need to be disciplined. Discipline will give you method. Discipline will remove complexity and leave you more time to do what's important and less time thinking, how do I do the next shot? And there are a lot of courses in the internet. There are a lot of good trainers. There are a lot of trainers, they may teach you how to do the Joker look. And that's great because you need to learn the technique. But the problem is not how to do the Joker look, is how to do the Joker look for an entire movie coherently and consistently. That is where most of the training out there stops. Of course, if you have a simple advertisement and you have 3 shots and you have to make them like Joker, please go for it. Put 40 notes, you're fine. But if you introduce a complexity that you cannot carry throughout an entire feature, you're probably going down the wrong path. So in explaining what I do, and this is what I did for, you name it, Dunkirk, Star Wars, Green Book, any of the movie that I do it following this simple principle that I'm trying to teach you today. The simplest path to get where you want it is the smartest one. Perhaps it's not the most flashy, perhaps it's not the most, artistic, but you get at the point where the clients say, I like it, then you have more time, then you can do all the other artsy-fartsy stuff. So let me get the next slide because I have slide here to remind me to do not drift too much from what I'm doing. Let's start with sharing my screen. La, 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 la. I will go back and forth sharing, not sharing. And here is Resolve, but we don't go there. We go to Photoshop because we will go through some theory and some practice. Let me get blue, it's a good color. Let me make an assumption at the moment where everybody has a phone or saw a phone before. Everybody has a camera, saw a camera. Everybody has, most of you did color or understand what color principles are. And the basic idea are always the same. We have a technology, a technique that is the whole global collection of cameras, display, method of giving the image to one to another, so streaming, for example, or theatrical, and the actual software you use to create all of this. It could be a simple software, it could be Resolve, it could be Baselight. What I'm trying to say here is not limited to Resolve, even if at the moment is my preferred platform. So color platform. Then you have two elements in the production and distribution of an image. One is the observer, us. Why this is important? Because if you create something that we, the observer, cannot see, you're wasting your time. A very common example, it's grain. I like to put grain on an image. I think it's fabulous. I think it gives a certain character, text, or whatever. And there are several different strategies to put grain. You can use Resolve Grain. Baselight, I think, has a plugin. DVO. You can get scans from a real grain, from a real plate, from a real stock. You can use a plugin. There are plenty of plugins for that. You can use Live Grain. That is one of the most famous and expensive plugins. But at the end of the day, that grain will pass through compression because the technology is what limits the distribution of the image. If during the compression the grain goes away, start to arguing about which is the best grain, the best represent film, become irrelevant if you cannot see it at the end of the chain. The other thing is if you create a color change that your eye cannot perceive, again, you're making something that doesn't matter. If you're flirting with the black way too much in HDR, and the majority of devices at home have a cutoff point where you cannot see that black, then you're probably doing a disservice, like Game of Thrones. I'm pretty sure that the colors that did Game of Thrones did a fantastic job on an X300, perfectly calibrated, and they just show exactly what they want to see. But doesn't end there. That particular file goes to a server and goes through distribution. And even there, server and distribution sometimes have the wrong settings. And then it goes home, and the majority of the TV at home are not calibrated because, let's be honest, who has the time or the will or the knowledge to calibrate a TV aside us? And nobody could see what's going on. They saw the cup, they saw the Starbucks cup, but they couldn't see what's going on in the battle. So if you do something, again, that you cannot see, there is a problem. The same about, for example, the discussion between 4K and 8K and 12K and whatever. There is a physical resolution limit to your eye. The moment that you cannot see between 4K and 8K because of the distance from your screen, you're wasting your time. If I go toward the screen and I see the compression way before I see the pixel, we are sending the wrong information to the house. And it's not up to you. But keep in mind, compression, it's part of life. Amazon, Netflix, all the streamers will rather put more channel up than having a better bandwidth. Pandemic hit a year ago. In Europe, Netflix has to reduce the bit rate at a point where you could also only see HD. Too many people were trying to streaming. So you may have a beautiful 4K master done, but at the end of the day, nobody saw it. The third element is the culture or where you are. And for culture, I mean, if I'm here in the United States and I'm at Hollywood because I happen to work here, I see there is the skin tone of a human being tend to be more golden / yellower / orangey that a real face of a real people. If you are in India, for example, while there are a lot of color in the movie, skin tones tend to be very fair and white clean. If you go in Japan, for example, they really dislike the yellow color on a human skin tone. It just sick culturally. So they tend to be more on the red side. I saw movies from England, and because when they're lucky and they get 3 days of sun, they call it summer, there's a lot of overcast. So they tend to have more of a fair, colder image altogether. So when you color, part of what you do, it's also understanding and respecting the culture of the audience you're trying to target. And within the culture, there are also hundreds of years of history of movie making where a language developed. You can use color to represent reality as is, like a documentary, or you can use color to emphasize a specific emotion. And this happened, even way back when there was no actual color stock. They only had black and white. Black and white was tinted and or toned, where tinting, it's a photochemical process that mostly changes the highlight to a specific color. Toning is a film stock. Kodak has those film stocks in store. Their base of color is not fully transparent. So you may have, for example, a yellow base. Your whites will stay white because of the silver allied, but the actual black tend to be yellow. Or, and this toning or tinting, you have a normal black and white stock, and through a process of chemistry, you make them warmer. So why I'm choosing specifically warmer / sepia, because in the history of movie making, we are starting to identify warmer colors, for example, with romantic comedy, a happy moment, an outdoor, a bright outdoor. We may identify, for example, a darker, more green or blue color. It's more of a nightmare, something scary. You may have, let me think, if something starts to go toward purple, somebody's dying. Purple represent two colors usually. One is royalty, because it's a very difficult color dye to actually have back in the days, or somebody's dying is a color used for death. So different color tend to have a different meaning that has been established throughout the year. Learning that aspect of the movie culture, it's important. Making a pretty picture is not enough if it does not represent what we are trying to do with the director of photography. If it is a funeral and you make it colorful to happy, there is a dissonance between what the audience is seeing and what the color is telling to the subconscious. And that's a problem. It's a problem because the audience doesn't know at that point, am I supposed to feel happy for this person dying? And you might, but if he's your main character that just lost his mom, perhaps you don't want to be happy. So you need to understand making a pretty color is not enough if it doesn't serve the story. Let me just go for a second here. I want to just check something, blah, 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 blah. And the idea is also, there is really nothing we are doing that make any sense if there is no observer. Like, of course, you can spend, I don't know, an year to make a movie, but if the movie never gets released and you're the only one watching it, yeah, good luck. You did a lot of work for nothing. Even Michelangelo, when he painted the Sistine Chapel, of course, you want to do naked people out in the bucolic region of Rome. He couldn't because he had actually a job. He had to make a religious scene within the Sistine Chapel. He find a way to sneak a bunch of naked people there, but he had a job to do. And unless you're coloring as a hobby, you have to remember the movie is not yours. The movie is a collaboration between you, director of photography, scenographer, costume designer, all the people that are working together to bring a script to life for an audience. So while I see some of the trainer out there being very excited about, you can do this, you can do that, ask yourself, should I? Should I do this? Should I do that? The dialogue with your director of photography and your director is the most important skill you must learn even before knowing how to move the knobs. If you don't achieve the vision that has been collectively envisioned for the movie, you're doing a disservice from the movie. And Mark, if you're here, you know the story because you told me. There have been colorists that got literally thrown out of the chair because they were trying to be collaborator, like putting their own input on the movie while dismiss somehow what it was the actual intended photography, intended look. If you're a DIT on the set, do me a favor, talk with your director of photography. Perhaps what you're doing is great, but is not what they are looking for. In the observer side, like I say, there is a limitation on what we can see. There is a limitation on the display that we have, that we all use. And there is a limitation on the distribution chain. Like I said before, keep that in mind. If you're doing something that we cannot see at the end, there is a problem. This is, for example, very common if you color on a display and then you try to go in projection. These two elements are completely different in terms of perceptual. A display is much brighter, has a much bigger contrast. You only have a limited field of view in the display in this sense. There we are. So let's have a field of view of an observer. That's us. That's my best stick figure. This is what the observer can see normally. I'm looking at this moment at this camera, but I can see with the side of my eye, this screen, this black, and the black on top. The screen in front of me is a very small portion of the actual field of view. When you are in an actual theatrical exhibition, the screen covers almost entirely your field of view. Your field of view doesn't change. It's roughly the same. Steve Yedlin, I think he measured the optimal field of view for viewing environment, and it's around, if I remember his number correctly, between 50 and 60 degree angle, this angle. If I remember correctly, so go on his website, he has amazing resources for understanding color science, vision, and modeling. In this case, you have the problem of your perception is polluted by all this area and whatever is there. If that area is black, you will perceive this one brighter than what it is because your eye average. If in this area there are colors, you will perceive this one leaning on the opposite color of the one you have around. Remember, the eye has only a very narrow vision, 2-degree angle, where you have maximum sharpen. And the maximum sharpen is achieved by the portion of your eye that does not really have sensitivity to color much. So incidentally, the peripheral view has more sensitivity to color than the center of where you're looking at. So if your screen is too small, you actually are doing something that is more saturated than if you're covering your entire peripheral view. If you are in a big screen and your eye is looking in this direction because the character is here, you may have on the vector scope on your instrument the correct skin tone. You nail it. It's exactly what you wanted. But you look at the screen and say, why is wrong? It's because in this side, you may have a complementary color that actually saturated the peripheral view of your eye. So learning a little bit how your eye works and the limitation may tell you why something that should be right is not, or something that is not right, why is not right. Let me go to the next slide. Like I say, I don't want to just deviate too much. Let's go to the next. And I'm a donkey with Photoshop, so I'm trying to do my best to use it as a whiteboard. I'm making now a statement. Explicitly or implicitly, there are always two elements in the creation of an image. You have a capture device and you have a display device, and there is a process in the middle. Even your phone doesn't show you what the phone camera saw. It does an implicit process. What I want to do with you is retain the control of the look and how this process that goes from the camera to the display, whatever display may be, is done, and how we can take ownership of it. So I don't want to leave the chance to a plugin or a manufacturer or whoever to have the control of the look. You want to be in control of the look. So I work with what we can call the negative positive model. What does it mean? Let's think about for a second the old days of film. And we want to think about it because that's how we make images for about 100 years. So why not? Let's think about it. You have a scene on the set. This scene has been captured by a device, a camera, into a film roll. The film is raw, exposed. It means that you have a latent image inside the film itself that you can use to actually create a divisible image through a photochemical process of developing. That image is not suitable to be projected for two reasons. One, it's inverted, but that's just the way film works. And because it's a logarithmic image, is not designed, unless you have a reversal stock, is not designed to show you a direct image. We figured it out pretty soon in photographic history that it was much more convenient not to get directly the image that you want because you could not do copies, but to get an image that I can print again and get a copy of it. And the negative positive strategy was really great. So in the logarithmic process, after you have the logarithmic process, you actually do again a positive. So this is your negative. Through a matter of exposing the positive with the logarithmic source and light. This one is developed again. So another photochemical pass, and then it's projected to whatever is your screen, 50-foot screen. Why not? Gigantic, the dome. There are a couple of things here that, while they were technologically necessary, they're actually conceptually valid. You capture. Perhaps if I switch color after I choose the color, you will see a different color. How's that? The capture generate a raw. This is the camera duty. That's what the camera does. The camera is nothing more, nothing less than a measurement of light. The sensor, the pixel in the camera, the only duty it has is capture light and measure how much light you get in a very specific amount of time. That's the only thing the camera does. If you can strip down all the advertisement, marketing bullshit that you get from every manufacturer, the camera does that. Just measure bloody light. After that, you need to create an image that you can actually do something with it. Because of the majority of the camera store the information in a very clever way to save space, to keep the maximum amount of detail you can get from a camera, they usually use a RAW or a file that's not immediately suitable for production. So there is a process that we call debayer, but it's basically the develop of the raw file. Develop of the raw. Even your iPhone does the same bloody thing, just you don't have control over it. iPhone, Samsung, you name it. I'm not particularly skewed toward Apple versus Samsung. So you have a sensor inside the little phone. I have my phone here. Yes. You have a sensor here. That sensor, it's actually a Bayer pattern. The Bayer pattern get out, and the manufacturer of the camera arbitrarily decide that the best way to develop that sensor to a usable image is using this math. That's it. It does the same thing. There is no magic behind it. You capture an image, and then you transform the image on a digital file that you can do something with it. So this is a place where, if we want it, we can take control. In creating a positive, we need to create a look that bring the photography that we want, and not necessarily the whole image, to the actual display we are using, creating a positive model to target a display. In doing that, you have two elements for now. We'll get more in detail, but two elements from now. One is what you actually do as a look. The look has the responsibility to get the photography to the display, regardless of which photography you have on your hand. During the old film day, in the middle between the negative and the positive, when you were shining light in the printer, the actual light could be modulated. Printer lights. Printer lights is literally the lights you use for your printed process. And it was changing shot to shot to shot. In black and white was simply density up and down. In color, they discovered they can do more, not just density up and down, but literally shifting the color. And if you can shift the color, you don't necessarily need to make the positive coherent with the original scene. You can actually play with color. You can slab an entire scene with yellow-green, and you got matrix. Yes, they had element in the set that were more tinted green, including Neo coat had a green undertone, but the majority of the look was actually printing with this heavy cast. So that was very simple control to achieve an objective. In the middle here is what today we call color correction. If the look is your, I don't want to use the word color grading because I hate how people use it, but just for a second, this is the grade. This is the look. This is what makes the image special. The rest is color correction. Bring the differences in the photography inside what the look is expecting to get. La 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 la. So, by the 4th hour, I go to resolve, I promise. When you're bored enough. How many minutes we are in? 35, not bad. The concept is how we build a look that is effective, it's efficient, respect the original photography, like we were saying. It goes in between this negative positive model, allow you to be reusable, not just in the photography you're doing today, but in the photography you may do tomorrow. Because you don't want to redo things from scratch every single time. It's a wasteful of time. So for start, you need to understand, you want to understand how the photographic exposure on set is done. Let's think about an Alexa file. Any Alexa file, any Sony file, film itself, Red, Canon, you name it. After the debugger, you get out a logarithmic file. The logarithmic file, let's think, for example, an Alexa just because, log C. The logarithmic file does not know which camera you use to shoot by design. The logarithmic file has, given the white paper that Ari gave to everybody that want to read them, a spread. Okay, let's assume there are 16 stop. Probably there is one less than what we need. The file can contain a maximum of 16 stop of exposure. If the camera can actually do 16 stop with exposure, it can, camera can do less, but the file itself is designed to hold 16 stops. And the next problem you have is, okay, how can I correlate this particular digital file to the camera on set? Because we need to do that. We use the 18% gray as a pivot point. Why we use the 18% gray as a pivot point? Because every light meter in the world, every strategy director of photography used in the world is based on that particular light point. That's physical light on the set. It's a specific gray card that you measure and you say, okay, if I hit this number, the exposure is where I want it. What photographers do on the set, and there can be slightly different variation of the strategy. I'll just go with a very simple one, Ansel Adam, whatever, is to put a ratio of lights on the set. Starting from 18% gray, let's say a +1 stop, that's where your Caucasian skin tone like mine, it's kind of a mozzarella, will hit. If you have more of a African-American, Latino with a light, African-American with a light skin, a Latino with a light skin, a lot of Indian population tend to be probably here at 18% gray. Some of the darker skin tone from, some part of Africa. I remember a model that is so dark, that is beautiful. She will be several stop under, can be about here. But the director of photography, what it does is deciding this is where my key is. After my key, I have 1, 2, 3 stop above, and the rest for me is white. I should not see that. And from 18% gray, 1, 2, 3 below, this is black. I should not see this portion. So director of photography on the set exposed for a certain limited amount of stops. They don't expose 16 stop expecting to use this one. That's not how it works. They correctly expose a limited portion of the negative. That's where the majority of the photography will take place. Of course, if you go outside and you have a sky that is here and you want to bring it down, should do that. But if you do too much of it, it looks wrong. The exposure you get on the set from the real light put on the real people, put on the subject, is what you want to use to generate a look. The general idea is to build your positive look. You want to grab this portion, let's say 7 stop, just for discussion. That become your core final display ratio spread plus how much elegantly you want to build the toe and shoulder. This will be the shoulder, unless you're upside down. This is the toe. With your 15% gray, that probably will fall just below half in your display. So let's say 45%, just to say a number. Doesn't really matter the absolute number. I'm going. Ta-da! So this particular test frame that you're seeing right now is a Sony. Let me get my scopes out so you can see the scope as well. Ta-da! This is a Sony test frame that I created. Ashish has those test frames, so he can send it to you. They're very easy to create. I basically went into the web page for Sony, grabbed their white paper, the PDF they explain exactly how the S-Log3 works, and I created a test frame. The test frame has, in this particular case, 16 stop of maximum exposure, 18% gray, the fall at code 0.420, and it looked like that. Now, if you think about it, the director of photography doesn't really expose everything. It only exposes a portion of it. So perhaps 1, 2, 3, and some above, 1, 2, 3, and some below. To give you other example, and I'm using Sony just because I shouldn't do that. Just because this particular shot that I use, for example, it's a Sony camera, but just to have an idea, I have the same one done for Harry, and the same one done for Red IPP2 Color Science. So we can see the differences. Color page again, Shift F again. Okay, Red, and you can see how different camera have different strategy. Now, one thing you noticed here, Sony tend to place in their final file the grayscale high, about higher than Arri and then Red. So they privilege to have more space in the low lights to keep data. Arri is a bit less balanced, a little bit more skewed toward the highlights. Red is definitely skewed to the highlights. So there is almost a stop and a half of theoretical more highlights in Red than Sony. That's almost meaningless if the camera cannot capture them. This is the intermediate develop file. If you think about film, is as if you have a Fuji negative or an Agfa negative, it still exists, or a Kodak negative. Different negative will generate an intermediate file suitable for printing, suitable for the next stage, with slightly different characteristic. So let's do something very simple, and let's make an S-curve that is very, very simple. I don't want to do anything too stupid. So how do we do this one? Why not? We can use that. I'm going to use curve, and I usually don't use curve, but I just do it today because it's fun. So if this one is 18% gray, 1, 2, 3 stop, down will be this one, 1, 2, 3, 4 stop, up will be that one. And we just do something stupid because we like stupidity. And editable spline, because I want the central portion of my curve to be the straight possible. Come on. Oh, right. In Resolve 17, we can actually do that. Is this a bug, or I just not handling? There we are. The 18% gray will be here. Let's just not do that. And let's bring our 10% gray roughly there. Why not? So what I'm doing here is a very, very simple S-curve. I'm going to just make a toe and a shoulder that is slightly more convincing. And with you, what I want to see right now is just the tonal distribution, just the tonal range, okay? To do that, I just want to ignore completely the color and update my thumbnail. Let's go to outdoor, why not? Okay, as you can see, this one, it's an image that is pretty much where it should be. I done the look, not looking at the image at all, because I have the expectation that the director of photography is lighting the set properly. You as a colorist should not destroy the photography just to make a good image. You should find the original photography. The director of photography spend a stupid amount of hour to put light on the set, to illuminate a subject. Subject is what tell a story. My expectation is that if the look target the photography, not a very particular shot per se, everything should fall in place, and this one does. Now, let's, for example, see what happens if we make a harder look. My chat is covering my... there we are. There we are. I didn't want to do that. Okay, let's make a harder look. So why not just add 0.3 contrast. If I add 0.3 contrast, you now have 1, 2.5 stop below gray, 1, 2, 3.5 above. That's about 6-ish. I know that one is underexposed, but when we go to an actual real image, start to feel more normal. They all feel underexposed because probably my grayscale is not where it should be. Let me see. Oh yeah, the gray point is way too low. This one, why did I put the contrast there, right? Yay. And put back the grayscale roughly in the middle. I open about a stop the photography. Now I start to look better. And I'm not recommending you to do this one to black and white, okay? This is not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to show you how correctly exposed image, once you extract the correct portion of the theoretical photography, you get a correct image as a starting point. I dislike just starting to add curve, contrast, everything to a shot to make it good. You don't even know what the photography was. What if the director of photography decide arbitrarily to underexpose a shot 2 stops because he wants it really dark? And now in trying to find the color of the shot, you just try to add contrast and brightness disregarding the photography. So in building a look, you want to target the photography itself, the photographic exposure principle, not a single shot. That's why making a look for Joker on a single shot work for that shot doesn't work for the whole movie. It will never work. For 100 years, director of photography used the negative positive model where the positive, the film, within a little bit of wiggle room was already defined. Kodak, Agfa, Fuji, Ilford, whatever you're using, decide that is the sweet portion of my photography that I want to get. This is how I want to put it on the final display. Good luck. So the director of photography could not alter the look, but they could alter the photography to target specific looks. In this way, you as a colorist give back to the director of photography the power to set the photography. You as a colorist want to understand and find the photography first before you start to do any changes. What do we next? Which are 50 minutes, another 5 minutes of this subject. Let me switch to a different project just because we talk about black and white. If the machine doesn't crash, because 17 seems to be a little bit sketchy when you change a project. Ta-da! I don't see anything. Why? So this one is a music video that I did for a friend of mine. She's a very talented local artist, also very beautiful. Where did I put the black and white? I put the black and white here. There you are. This was shot in color. And the idea was they shot in color to make it black and white. It's a good strategy because you can still use all your key tool to select portion like the sky or the skin and do something with it during the color correction if you need to, if you want to. But at the same time, it gives you a very compelling image. And come on. So I have one node that does my black and white, literally take away the saturation. And then in my main timeline, I have the main contrast. And because I was not part of the shoot, so I could not change the way they were shooting, and the image came to me already in a display, kind of a, no, they were not even logarithmic, they were kind of a logish, kind of a display already referred color. So the whole process of de-Bayer and putting back a look was already halfway there. What I needed is generate a master contrast that bring that photography as it stand at that point and put it where I want it. Then I add grain just because I like it, even if I know that at the end of the day, I don't even think it's visible. It's so tiny, the amount of grain that I add. It's just because it's one of those things that I do because I like it. So same idea, you create a look that target the whole photography, even for black and white, even for a small music video or a bigger production. I don't know how they did Monk, but I will not be surprised if they use something similar, where the bulk of the photography is extracted from the negative, contrast-wise, how much highlight, how much toe you want it, and you put it into the display, and from there, then we go shot by shot, scene by scene, and we do all the trimming that we need. Now, let's, in the last 5 minutes, do a conceptual exercise. Imagine for a second that you have not do this one your entire life, like I did not for a long time. And let's imagine that you have a movie. The movie has 3,000 shots, okay? There will be a packed action movie or a Bollywood movie with a lot of singing, or Lord of the Ring, Lord of the Ring was fine. The Hobbit, very boring. Some of the Harry Potter were so long with 3,000 shots. I mean, any movie today it's anything between 2,000 and 3,000. That seems to be about the range. You start at shot 1. You put your curve, you put your color, you put your little window, you make it beautiful. You go to shot 2, you copy this one, you put your contrast, your color, your window, you see where I'm going. You do this one for the whole photography, you finish, you didn't use a positive, negative model, the movie looks great, the client paid the bill, you're done. Imagine for a second that there is a tool that allows you to grab the entire movie and do an average of what you just did. Imagine that the tool exists, and what you will discover that, averagely speaking, you actually did exactly that. You find instinctively which is the exposure based on your experience, based on what looks kind of a good. Instinctively, you are creating a toe and a shoulder, how many details you want to keep or lose on the black, and instinctively how the primary are roughly mapped on the final display. You did that. But instead of doing once at the beginning of the project, you did it for 3,000 times with much more possibility of errors. So explicitly or implicitly, we are doing the same thing. The difference is I extrapolate that particular concept that applied to the whole photography at the beginning of the process, put it on top of everything. Now I only have to deal with the differences between shots. And if you cannot eat an elephant whole, but if you slice it down and slice their things, you can probably do it in a few months, if you have a fridge big enough. The idea is trying to get the macro block out first. If you're writing a book, you don't start at chapter 1, first line of your book. You try to define what the book about. How do I want to tell a story? Which kind of chapter I want to do? What I write in every chapter. Then you go down on the detail. If you are sculpting, if you're sculpturing, oh, Jesus, I can't say that word, sorry guys. You're doing the same thing. You don't get a block of marble from Carrara and start to draw the eyes. That's not how sculpting works. You start to make a model that is not with the marble, usually with something else easier to do, where you model what the photography will do. That's what you do ahead of time in pre-production. If you have a chance, working with director of photography to pre-build the look, the model that they will use on the set, we'll see that later. Then you sculpt the roughness of it. Then you go down to more detailed one. Then you go down and you do more and more detail until you run out of time and money or both. Movie is the same. You don't have an infinite amount of time and money. So if you can simplify your life and extract the essence of the look ahead of time, put it on top of it, the whole photography fall in place, you're good to go just with the differences. I think we are down to pause number 1, break number 1, right?
Yep, I think this is a good place to take our first 5-10 minute break. So if you're in the chat and you want to take a moment to, decompress it a little bit, get a bottle of water or something, and regroup, you totally can. I know we have a couple of questions that came in the Q&A related to some of the stuff we were just talking about, Walter. So here's one from John Schroeder. He says, how do you know where to sample for 18% gray on the Sony Airy and Red charts?
Yeah, you look for the white papers. I sent to Ashes not only those 3 frames, but the white paper that I downloaded. They will tell you, I don't want to try to chase them live, but basically in the white paper, they will tell you a few things. One, how the color space is built. So which are the primaries, how to go from the primaries to the neutral XYZ color space, how to go from the logarithmic curve they have to linear light, because the idea is that if you go from linear light XYZ to a color space, you can always go back, and that's how the majority of the transformation are done. Is it the most precise way to do it? No. Is the most elegant and is the one the most used. Sometimes we lose ourselves in, is this the best way to do it? There is a practicality. Let me say something that is heresy. Do I want to color correct something on an X300? Of course, it's one of the best monitors in the world. If I don't have an X300 and have a TV, well, calibrate it as best as you can, as long as you understand the tolerances of what you have, you can. Will I choose to do that? No, because I want to be as close as possible to the specification. But if you are starting, you're a colorist that want to learn the craft, and you cannot spend $10,000 for the X2400 Sony, and you have $500 and you're buying the local TV with a small probe and you calibrate it as best as you can, as long as you understand the tolerances, you can. So in going from one color space to another, we use the SMPT/recommended practice 177, that it's basically tell you you have a tonal range. You want to go from the tonal range you have, usually logarithmic, to linear light. You want to go from the primary you have to the XYZ color space. And from there, you go to the new color space and the new tonal range. That, roughly speaking, that's what ACES does. When you get a camera, the camera tells you white point, black point, which characteristic of logarithmic or linear space they have, which primary they have, and they just map it in the ACES color space. There is no magic there.
There was another question that came in kind of related to, as an extension to this, about, where you expose for 18% gray. Edgar Punkulis had asked, how far can we go to crush our blacks and whites in the movies, and what is a correct way to do that process, and are there any rules, I guess, associated with how you go about that? I think that's an extension of what you talked about with targeting your 18% gray and your stops above and below.
I mean, the idea is, personally, I like to have the exposure of your photography as linear as possible. That's my preferred. And then what you do with the toe and shoulder, how much hard or soft you want to do it, that is more of a conversation with your director of photography. Um, for example, I find myself sometimes, if this is true black, I find director of photography, they like a very hard toe, but elevated from black, smoky.
Right.
Um, I found other director of photography, they asked me to, no, I need black, but at the same time, I want a much more gentle attack, a toe on the black. The highlights, same thing. The problem is that the softer is the shoulder, the more mushy become the image because you're losing overall contrast.
Mm-hmm.
You're losing part of that range. So it's more of a discussion. There is no right or wrong. It's what your director of photography desire.
Right. So
That's that's the conversation.
right.
I
Mhm.
want to answer another one live and say which the grain or effects you prefer the most. Felipe asked that one. Which is the one that make your client happy is the one that I prefer the most. However, 99% of the time I use standard Resolve with grain.
Mhm.
Like I was saying before, I just did a bunch of stuff and I didn't share the screen. I do that all the time. Sorry, guys. I was just showing different toe and shoulder. So this is when you may have a pedestal that is higher, but a hard clipping on the black, or you may have a pedestal that starts from black with a soft thing. So Resolve Grain, the grain plugin, let's see here. I think it's a great starting point. How can I explain this one? The majority of the grain you put on an image will be destroyed by the compression. It's unavoidable. So if I have a real grain plate, a live grain, Yedlin grain that it's a procedural grain done by Steve Yedlin, and Resolve grain, and I put it on an image, nobody will actually see that. They see the result of the compression during the streaming. The compression will even most of the thing out. But even if I don't do that, I can do a blind test where I put those 4 grain that I described plus no grain on a series of real images, scramble them, and you will be challenged to actually identify which grain is which because they will look about the same. Once you put grain on a real image, most of the grain looks the same. There is a very famous movie that I did with a very famous VFX company, and they have real scan grain they use to put overlay on the VFX when they do CGI. But because the amount of frame they have is not infinite, is, I don't know how many they have, 2,000, 3,000. Sometimes you go at X number of frame inside VFX 1 and X number of frame on VFX 2, and the grain pattern is identical. Not similar, identical.
Right.
But when you play the shot in context of a movie, nobody will ever seen it, even uncompressed, 4K, 444, on a projector. You're staring at the sky, you cannot see it. Remember, if the observer cannot see it, you're way beyond what you do. So, of course, you can use a plate. And the plate has only, I don't know, 750 frames. So every half a second, you repeat the same frame. Nobody will see it.
We have one more. We have one more grain question as well.
Let me go one. Okay, let me go one more detail. The only thing on Resolve that I wish is the ability to blend red, green, and blue with more or different strength. Just because if you have film, for example, the blue record tend to have more grain than the green, than the red. And this is difficult to do with Resolve unless you do, a split and recombine. So other plugin give you more fine control on how much on the red, how much on the green, the blue. But it's such a minute thing, and sometimes it's not even desirable. Unless I'm really trying to mimic exactly film, a layer of grain, it's a layer of grain, and it's fine. And the other thing is, let me go on with the grain for one more rant. because grain, it's awesome. You still see my screen? Good. I'm still shared. That's good.
Mhm.
So, grain. This grain. There. You have a negative. Okay. Ta, 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 ta. The negative can be normal, overexposed, underexposed. That will generate different amplitude of grain in different part of the shadow, highlights, and midtones. Then you have a process of printing. That one add a second layer of grain. And if a negative has more grain on the lowlights, a print tend to have more grain on the highlights. But when is the last time you actually saw a print straight from a negative? Most of you, never. Because even back in the days when they were doing prints, you will not strike a print straight from the negative, IMAX being an exception. You will do negative, few interpositive. From those interpositive, you run internegative. From those internegative, you run about 100 print each. Once those are too worn out to make more prints, you strike another internegative. One of those interpositive actually was going to archive in case something happened to the negative. So you run the negative the least amount of time possible. Why some of the movies in the past are difficult to restore? Because they strike too many prints from the original negative, the negative is destroyed. So if you have 4 layers, you have 1, 2, 3. Let me use a different color. You have 1 generation. Oh, Jesus. No. Switch. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4 generation of grain. So which grain you're trying to emulate? On top of it, you have to scan. The scanner has intrinsic noise. The scanner doesn't have an infinite resolution. The scanner scans real light, and you have to transform that in a logarithmic, and you have to transform that in a positive model because nobody sees a logarithmic in any display. So when you think about grain, if you really, 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 really want to emulate film, you have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, where this one, you need to subtract it from the actual visual grain you get in your image in your iPhone, because those were introduced by the scanner. So how much of this is actually relevant? When you do grain, at the end of the day, you want a look and feel. I remember doing a movie where the director of photography shot real film next to an Alexa. So I had the actual real model of the negative grain, this one, and he said, I want to see the same result on an Alexa. Obviously, you cannot see this one, you need to print it. So I actually did a print. And in the Alexa, I could do a side-by-side with a positive model, assuming the color and the rest is identical. So I actually did exactly as much as I could a match of the 2 grain. It was a split screen, was the match. And the first reaction from the client was, yes, it matched, but that's not what I want. Because what you think about grain is not what you saw right now in a side-by-side, is your remembering of a grain, saw it most likely on a telecine transfer or your favorite movie in low standard definition on a TV that cannot resolve that grain anyway. So again, if you cannot see it, you're doing something wrong in trying to achieve it. You can be a purist, and sure, why not? Spend all the time to try to make grain. Resolve grain is fine. What was the other question about grain?
Just a quick one regarding, let me see, from Fabian Anger. What would be your approach in achieving an analog 16 millimeter film look working with digital cameras like Arri Amira and Super 16 millimeter crop mode?
I will show that later, because after I do more of this theory, we'll go in actually creating a couple of those looks.
Great.
So you see one of them live.
Great. So let's table that. I think it's a good time to get back into the discussion if we want to
Yeah.
move on to the next subject.
Oh, yes. So let's go back to where I was here, I guess. Okay. So the next digression is we need to develop your negative, develop or debayer or whatever. And there is an infinite discussion about, well, I have all these raw parameter. I can put my raw parameter. I can change the exposure, the color temperature, this, that. I'll use a French word here is bullshit. The camera already capture the light at the sensor level. Everything you do after is math, nothing more, nothing less than math. You cannot change the color temperature of the debayer file. You apply math that represent a mathematical transformation that goes from 5500 degree Kelvin to 6500 degree Kelvin. And if you have something in that file will react accordingly. You're not changing the color temperature. Especially for digital camera, once you underexpose, if you don't have anything in the blue channel because you underexposed 2 stops on a candlelight, there is nothing in the blue channel. Physically, the blue channel didn't get any photon. You're not going to change the color temperature later. You're just multiplying noise. This is a fundamental misconception to me of people thinking that, oh, we do what we want in camera and we change it later. You don't change it later. It's math. Now, let me see if I have, sometimes I do this. Let me see, exposure. Let me explain the concept with an example. Let's see, what did I do here? What did we do here? This one reset, we don't need that one. This one reset, okay. So this is a shot with Sony. As you can see is S-Camo 3 Cine S-Log 3. The exposure is 1600. So I'm developed this particular shot as 1600 ISO. This one is the same shot. I'm exposing it. I'm debayer it at 100. So 100 to 200 is 1 stop, 400 2 stop, 800 3 stop, 1600 5 stops. So as if I'm debayering 5 stop under the actual stop, the stop that the shot was shot at. And the idea is, can I go from here to there in color? So think about the physical property of light when it hit a sensor. Every single stop of latitude, it just means that in the time you're getting the light, the amount of light double. So if we have 1/24th of a second, assuming a 360 shutter angle, so always open, in that 1/24th of a second, you received whatever, I don't know, 100 worth of energy, of millivolt, electron volt. That one is transformed in a digital number. If you get one more stop of light, those 100 electron millivolt become 200. If you have one more stop of light, they become 400 and so forth. So the physical property of light, you want to overexpose a stop, you need double light. You want to underexpose a stop, you halve the light. That's it. There is no other magic to that. So what I'm doing here, it's very simple. As you can see in, where do I put this thing? Here. The input color space is Sony S-Log 3. That's how this image is debayered. I go from S-Log 3 to linear light, the same light the camera receives. So I go back one step to the unexposed raw digital file. At the back end, I'm doing exactly the opposite transformation. So those two things, I'm going to disable on and off, cancel each other. So there is no magic, cancel each other, nothing happened to the image. So how many stops? We're saying that we're down 5. So we need to multiply 32 times. I'll do 16. I think it's 16. 16. Yeah. So literally straight gain up. 6 times, so 4 stop down. And now with a small exception in the black because of the matte is slightly off, I get the same image. Now, I'm not expecting this one to match identically, but we just recover an image that was 4 stop under. And as long as you have data, it's fine. So why do I want to tinker with the raw instead of doing it in the resolve? It's a preference. Do you want to do it in raw? Sure, but it's just one more place where you can do a mistake, because you may have one shot the Bayer one way, one other shot the Bayer the other way. Now in color correction, you are correcting your mistake instead of correcting the actual photography. As you can see, we just did a 4 stop of exposure change, and within limitation, we got the same file. This is an extreme example. By the way, this is an example I used on Hustler. There was a scene where the main character was facing a window that was facing north, and the takes took about an hour to do. It's a long monologue, and she did it a few times. And the problem was the end of the day, the light was going down. Now, the good thing is the color temperature from the sky didn't change much, but the exposure of the light did. So once they gave me the 10 or so shots, you can see the light difference because the shot obviously are out of order at that point in terms of takes. Takes 2, then takes 1, then takes 1 again, then takes 2, and the sun was going in and out. With this particular method, I was able to make the match minus the sensor noise. The sensor noise gets higher the more underexposed you do, and that's unavoidable. So back to the D-Bayer. So my preference is to D-Bayer at what the director of photography rate the set at. If you decide the set is at 5500K and let's say 800 ASA, that's what I do. I don't even need to know which is the white point of the set, for the simple reason that he may have a blue light on the set. And if the first thing you do is white balance that light out, you just destroy the photography. So as if you have a negative, a film negative that you cannot change the characteristic, the director of photography expose the camera at the under ASA 5500 Kelvin. That's what you D-Bayer at. Again, they give the director of photography the ability to control on the set what he's doing. He knows that 5500 ASA is white. He can light the set warmer, perhaps with a 4400 gel, and it gets yellow. If you D-Bayer with a white point that is different, this relationship of color is broken. The thing you don't want to do in color correction is break the original photography, unless it's your photography and you do what the hell you want. But the majority of us work for a client. What the client wants is where you want to go as a first instant. So for me, D-Bayer, I D-Bayer what was chosen on set. I'm just looking at my screen here if I'm getting too lost or not. In the example that we have here, let's go back to the other project called Ida. Ida is a small Italian short, very cute. I think Daniele Cipri was the director of photography. I don't remember the name of the director, sorry. In this particular case, we have the same idea. I have the code used in the project. In the project, I set up camera raw for Sony, camera metadata. So basically, whatever director of photography decided it was, please give it to me. And then you can always change, of course, but that's what I did. So reset this one off, re-update all the thumbnail. Okay. Now, let's say that you want to build a look and you are not really comfortable on drawing a bunch of curves and you want to start from a pre-made place. It goes down to, should I use a lot? Should I not use a lot? Mark, I know you have a license plate that say no lots, but I'm going to do the discussion about lots anyway. So this is the debater side, and then we go about lot, or why, when, how, use it. The majority of you around the world have no idea what that is. And it should be like that here in the United States. If I change just the X and Y numbers with Fahrenheit and centigrade, this is a simple mathematical formula that transforms Fahrenheit in centigrade. And I can give you some, I don't know, numbers. For example, 0 in Fahrenheit, it will be whatever it is minus whatever it be in centigrade. And I give you, I don't know, 32 in Fahrenheit is 0 centigrade. And I will give you 180 Fahrenheit, I think it's 100 Celsius. I'm not sure about those numbers. I don't care. That's not the point. The point is those two elements together. It's a mathematical transformation plus a series of numbers. It gives you a table that can be used to transform Fahrenheit to centigrade. If here I put potatoes, I'm not expecting centigrade in the other side. It doesn't work. So lots per se, a series of numbers coupled with its transformation only have a meaning if you know exactly those two things, what you're putting in color space wise and what you're putting out color space wise, because lots, it's about color spaces transformation. If you don't know those two parameters, it's like using the Fahrenheit to Celsius conversion to understand how much meat you have to buy to do a veggie recipe. Meat, veggie, Fahrenheit, Celsius, they don't blend. Getting a random effing lookup table from internet, slapping on your project is the right thing to do if you want to fail. I'm sorry, all of you that sell lookup table in internet, why do you do that? At least tell the user, I'm expecting to have this color space in internet, that's color space in output, otherwise this mathematical transformation doesn't work. The second thing we have to remember about lookup table is lookup table doesn't define every single possible color. There is an interpolation. In the result, there are two methods of interpolate a lookup table. In color management here. One is called trilinear, one is called tetrahedral. What's the difference? Trilinear, it's a method of interpolation that is faster, use less resources, and it was more imprecise. And you can see, especially when the lookup table density was only 17 points or even just 9 points, if you have a grayscale and the lookup table is very aggressive, the grayscale doesn't stay neutral, tend to skew magenta green a bit. Tetrahedral is just, it's a better interpolation method. It does a better job on interpolating. And you know, there is a thing about interpolation. Imagine for a second that you're driving, like me. I'm in Los Angeles, I'm driving. Currently is, I don't know, 86 degrees. I'm just number out of my ass. And my mom called me, she's in Italy, and she wants to understand which temperature is where I am. I can try to do this math by head. That's difficult. Or I can just simplify, take away 30 from this number. That will be 56. And divide by 2 will be roughly 28. Okay, if I tell my mom is about 28 degrees here, she, by experience, know how much roughly 28 degrees is. Is it the right number? No, it's close enough. If you, the observer, cannot feel the difference, you're close enough. The disadvantage of, let me just keep stay there for a second. That's about tolerances. Remember, you pass through an interpolation. The interpolation will do some tolerance in your image, but you still have to do color correction. So even if this one is not exactly the number you want to get, you still have chance to change it a bit. And in the other side, there is a point where saying to my mom 28 or saying 27.36, assuming that this is the right number, I cannot measure the difference. If you have two objects that they are exactly that temperature and you put the hand on it and then you switch the hand, yes, you can tell the difference, but you cannot tell the absolute value. Same for the human eye. A lot of things we do, it's about ratios. You can't tell the absolute light value. You can tell a ratio. This is darker than that one. That's more magenta than that one. Your eye auto balance, your eye does an auto white point all the bloody time. Your eye does also something that is freaking amazing. Imagine for a second that you have a campfire. So this is fire, and you have your logs, whatever. And here you have your spouse, partner, kid, doesn't matter, sitting just next to it. The light hitting this person, and there are all stars around and whatever. If you stare roughly here with your eye, that will be balanced down by your eye. The retina will actually saturate this bright light down, and it will bring this character up. So your eye can do an adjustment per zone. Camera cannot do that. If you expose for this object, that will be extremely dark. If you expose for this object, this will be blown out. So your eye does a lot of adjustment, and that's good because it means when we work, we can do a lot of mistakes and still be forgiven by that. What I was doing? Did I get lost? Yeah, LUTs. The other problem of the LUTs, that this math and this number, I mean, this combination is fixed. If you decide to use a LUT and the LUT generate a problem in a color, you cannot easily change a LUT. Sometimes it's just impossible. So you have to understand the limitation. Now, let's talk about very simple LUT. Why not? So, perfect, ARRI Log-C. You can go in the ARRI website and download the ARRI lookup table that it's given. That is this one. That's the most current one that you find. The ARRI lookup table is the way the manufacturer decide arbitrarily to map the photography of a camera exposed neutrally to a display 709 in this case. In your iPhone, Apple decide arbitrarily how to get a proper exposed camera from the back of your phone to your display through a similar S-curve with a similar color mapping. Samsung does the same. A GoPro does the same. I mean, any camera still pass implicitly through the same process. So ARRI, as a starting point, as a lookup table starting point, I find it to be a good starting point. It's very gentle. You can see is exposed about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 stop above, 1, 2, 3.5 stop below. So it's a very soft contrast lookup table. If you want to have, for example, the 7 stop of exposure we were talking earlier, you want to increase, let's put it here, you want to increase your contrast. You can do it in many ways. So let's do it with this way just to show a different way. I'm going to keep, nope. Why did I put it there? Idiot. Operator error. So the grayscale is roughly here. Okay. So let's increase the contrast using just a different method. La 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 la. Okay, perfect. So the grayscale doesn't particularly change the gray, the 80% gray. But now we have 1, 2, 3, 4.5 above, 1, 2, 3.5 below, about 7 stop of latitude. 7 stop of latitude, roughly, for a lot of the photography out there in the world, is an excellent point of starting point. A lot of people expose with those ratio in mind, and you can necessarily, you can start from 18% gray and do +1, +3, blah, blah, or you can start from the key and say 3 stop above this one is white, 1 stop down is dark, is a fill, 2 stop down is dark black, 3 stop down is completely dark. Doesn't matter which strategy you use on the set. Talk with your director of photography, understand how the photography is done, extract the photography and put it here. So in this example, we can choose what Ari decide that it's a good photography and it's a very soft mapping, or we can just go a little bit more contrast. And that solves the problem with the black and white, but it does not solve the problem of the color looking like shit. Why? Because there is the second issue on developing. The Bayer is not just about tonal range, but it's also about primaries. What's the problem with the primary? The problem with the primary is that every manufacturer has to take a hard decision. How much saturation, oh, white on white doesn't work. How much saturation I want, or how much of the original, saturation is the wrong word, sorry. How much of the original color from the scene I want my device to capture? How much sensitivity I want my camera to have? And remember, I told you before, you do math on an already captured data. So every camera was manufactured with one color temperature and one exposure in mind. That is, there is one set of color temperature and exposure. There is the sweet spot of the camera. There is how the camera was manufactured, with a couple of exceptions. For example, the Sony Venice and some of the Blackmagic camera and some of the Canon, they have a dual exposure, dual ISO, and I can also, I can talk about that for a second. But every camera manufacturer literally build the camera with one set of color and tonal range distribution. Everything else you do is math after that. Yeah, but I can change the number on the camera. No, they're just telling after you capture that what you do with the file. You're not changing the color temperature of your camera. Stick that in your head. So let's get infamous thing that most of you probably saw. Back in 1931, I think, CIA 1931 or 32, 31, 32, no, don't remember. We did a bunch of tests to see which are the color the humans can see and which are the frequency of light that we cannot see. And we come up with a diagram. This diagram is the CIA horseshoe, blah, 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 where if you imagine to draw a line that goes from this all around the peripheral and here, those are infrared. This is the frequency of the smallest, sorry, the longest wavelength of light our eye can perceive. And you go all around, so you have red, then you go to the greens, then you go to the blue, and this is the ultraviolet. This is the shortest frequency of light we can perceive. And if you start to mix them together, there is a line that we define as black body curve. That is kind of our white reference point. Black body curve, it means nothing more than having a block of tungsten and literally heat it. And if you heat it and you have for 400 nanometers, 700 nanometer, or red and blue, you start to see the spectral emission of the light going from extremely red to a more yellower to a more greenish. And if you, for idea, can hit that enough to be the temperature of the sun, you get a 5500 Kelvin white point. That's actually a measure of a temperature. Is a black body object, ideal object that has been ideally heated to 5500 Kelvin degree. That is the spectral emission of that bloody bag. It's physics, nothing more, nothing less than that. That's where your 5500 number come from. 6500 means, oh, it's been heated to 6500 degree Kelvin. Our eye tend to make a white point locked to daylight. That depending, the latitude, how many atmosphere, time of the day, the sun is very high or very low. It's anything between, I don't know, something like 4,000 degree Kelvin for a sunset, even less than that, to 5,500 to 6,500 to even up to 10,000 if you are, for example, in a mountain, behind a mountain with a lot of scattering light from the sky, no sun, it's the end of the day. And our eye always trying to rebalance that. Otherwise, we will not be able to see. At the moment, I'm illuminated by this set of light that roughly are probably 6,000 Kelvin, and it looks white to me. And if I go in a place where, in the kitchen, where the lights are only 3,200 Kelvin, our eye recalibrate. Camera do not. So you need to keep that in mind. What happened here? In the old days, we were limited by what the physical tube could do. And we decide at one point that in NTSC or in PAL, we only have this amount of color that we can capture and reproduce. Remember, the chain is not just what you capture, but you can reproduce. Camera can capture every single color and every single electromagnetic frequency that you can do, but if the display cannot reproduce them, you have to throw away most of them. The other problem is, even if the display can reproduce every single color, including ultraviolet and infrared, if you cannot see it, we are wasting our time, money. So making a device that show infrared and you cannot see it would be great for a dog, but not for you. Then after NTSC or PAL, HD come along, and they decide we can make those primaries slightly bigger, because now we have a better capability, LCD and whatever else after cathode ray tubes come out. And then nowadays say, well, we can go even further. We can make devices, the 2020, they can keep slicing and put more of those green, yellow, and green cyan in. Funny thing is that no matter which is the size of your display in terms of color rendition, the majority of the photography that you will ever use, it's roughly here. So yes, I can make a green that it's incredible, but unless you're doing a documentary on the jungle in 2020, normal photography doesn't have that. What's the challenge here? Instead of making a camera that only can do the color that the display can reproduce, we try to make camera that exceed that. So let's make a camera primary for the green prime. Because we want to try to capture electromagnetic frequency that not necessarily your display can do, but you have it, and later on you can use it and you can somehow elegantly remap it in. And if you think about the camera sensor, you have a pit or a pixel, or a well, or a pozzetto, I don't know how you want to call it, where the electrons that hit the camera sensor fill this one. That one will be sent to the analog to digital converter and will put in the raw file. Now, okay, that's what happened on a camera. It's not a secret. Electrons goes in, You close the shutter, electrons goes to the analog to digital converter. They were saved as bits in a raw file, sent to the next stage. That's what happened in camera, no secret. How can I capture a color pixel? I put a little bit of dye, semi-transparent dye on top of it. The narrower is the frequency that the dye filter can pass through, the farther apart you can get your primary, but the less sensitive is the pixel itself. It's unfortunately, because it become, less photon pass through, pixel become less sensitive. So I will advocate, like Steve Yedlin does, for having better pixel than more pixel. I don't need an 8K camera if the pixel cannot capture more than 6 electrons. I rather have a 4K camera, 4 point something camera, size of this physical pixel bigger, more photon, less noise. The other thing is every single manufacturer try desperately to optimize this blend. So you will have, for example, Red versus Alexa, where the full green is slightly different. And those two greens are different than the actual one the display can reproduce. So if you have a value of, let's say 100 of green in an Alexa file, the actual visual color in your eye is not that, because actually you cannot see it. You can only see this green. And the hue of it will be different than the 100% from a red, because the actual color will be different. How we solve this problem? We go back to math. You have two ways to do it. Either you brute force the color in, would not recommend that, but if you want to do it, please do. Or you simply use math to try to match the primary. How you do that? Well, just to emphasize, I'm working now in non-managed color space. I want to manage it myself so you can see exactly what I'm doing. And usually, I don't use managed color space. If you want to do it, know the limitation, you can use it. I don't, and I want to show you how I do it visually. I don't want any tone mapping, any gamma mapping for now. I'm not interested in that. The color space transform, basically, it's a tool that says, I have a color space that I know, in my case, is Sony, because it's a Sony camera. So we get a Sony, and I want to go to a color space that, in my case, the lookup table is expecting to hit. And it's an Alexa with an Alexa log C. Now, immediately, this one looks like a normal image. And the funny thing is that if you like the way Alexa maps a negative to a positive, this one is a Sony camera, but suddenly it starts to feel like an Alexa mapping, because you're using the positive model the Arri used for their camera. You just transform the primaries. I just want to go to the outdoor. Group outdoor, because the garden is awesome. There, this is the best shot. You basically told implicitly, forget about that this one is a Sony camera, bring the photometric data you got from the sensor that I know which color space it is, transform that to an Arri photometric distribution, and just send it to the Arri LUT. I haven't done 1 inch of color, and this image already start to look great, because the look we're trying to develop is not targeting the shot, is targeting the photography. That's the whole concept. Imagine that you have every single photography that was ever done on an Arri camera. Which is the best way to map the photography to a display? You will find whatever is your artistic intent, and you just put it on the whole photography. Simple as that. Now, what if the method of representation we want to use is not the one of Ari, and disabled because I'm in the group, but it's, for example, film. Now, again, do you want to represent film? Fine. Oh, actually, we already did that. Let me go back to show you the one that we did right here. That will be layer 6. So let's say you want to represent film because you are good and a good boy and you want to do film, and let's not use blue because we already used blue. Let's use pink because we don't have pink here. So when you represent film, do you want to represent the way film negative capture light? Do you want to represent the way print projected display that particular capture light? You want to represent the whole process. So you have to define which aspect of print you want to represent before you can build a look. Anything that can be defined and you can find a mathematical or a tool correlation can be used in a look. Saying that you want something cinematic, it's bullshit. What cinematic means. If you can define it, you can find a way to get there. If you cannot define it, it's like Tolkien or Bubu Jaja energy when somebody is sick. Can you define it? If you define it, can you find a mathematical model? If the mathematical model in terms of tools, lots, whatever you're using, is it actually practical? If you do a model that is so intense that you lose completely the ability to do real time, you're wasting your time. Back to the grain, back to halation for a second. There was a project that I've been asked to help where they were using a halation plugin. It's a new halation plugin. It was a beta or an alpha, I don't know. We not talk about which one it is, where it come from, doesn't matter. It looked really good. I mean, it looked honestly like, yeah, this looked like, good halation. There was a problem. It takes 9 hours to render a single reel of a movie. Multiply the 6 reel, that's a lot of time. And you cannot see a real-time playback until you render the whole goddamn thing. That become unusable. So can we model, in that case, halation good enough that the client feel that is getting the same look and feel, but doing it in real time? In this case, yes, I was able to actually do something in Resolve. I'll show you soon about to do that. So let's say that we want to model film. Let's do the very simplest way at the moment. And again, we are starting from Sony. So this is our Sony lookup table. The color transformation, nothing more, nothing less, does just fit the Sony stop distribution inside the Alexa stop distribution. But the most important thing that does, it rotates the primary to align them. That's why you want to use it. While, as you can see, the difference in stop exposure is not that dramatic. I mean, you can probably do that by hand. Doing the rotation of the primary by hand, it's difficult. It's difficult math. You can get there, of course. Turn your knob enough and you get there. But if you have at your disposal already a tool that bring you 90% or even more, 98% there, use the tool. Simplify your life. So if I want to do real film, I can, because I still, well, not anymore. When I was a photographer, I still had a lab, so I can actually measure what a real photochemical process is. You make a series of tests, you film them out in a negative. Why not? Let's do this one. What you do, the way you want to achieve that, you have a bunch of shots and a bunch of test frame. You put them on a negative, you do a positive, and you do a projection. You spectrographically measure the projector, because projector xenon lamp the lens, the glass between the booth and the theater, and the actual screen itself all contribute to actually creation of the image. Then you actually measure all the density of your negative and your positive on this particular thing. This is the method used by TrueLight, done by Filmlight, whatever. Other method use similar. Steve Yedlin does the same kind of idea, spectrographic measurement of negative, positive, and whatnot. The second thing that happened in this process is, okay, now I have this is a logarithmic negative. This is a positive print. This logarithmic goes to your machine. You have a digital representation, so you have a scanner. Which scanner you're using, which setting you're putting on the scanner. The general gist of it is that whatever you scan, so whatever logarithmic file you have here, you can put it back as a VFX, and those two has to be as possible identical. That's how we were doing movie up to year 2000. That's how Dunkirk, Interstellar is still done. You scan a negative, you do a VFX, you put it back. That new negative is as close as technologically possible to the original. So you can make a print that looks identical, plus the VFX. So the idea is I can print this one out and I have a digital representation of it. And this is my projector. I can put here a model, a lot, that represent the process as good as possible. It has to represent this process. The idea is this negative going out and giving an image through this representation should give me a very similar image that can sustain a side by side. That's how Dunkirk was done. You have in one side a print projected, the theatrical version, in the other side a digital representation of it, that is the scanning of the actual interpositive with the printer lights. We spent literally 3 months to build as close as possible of a representation so the digital and the actual print looked as close as technologically possible in a true side-by-side split screen. Everything else we did in color correction level was literally just slightly trimming the scanning to match the print, and that's it. So, how you color correct Dunkirk? Well, actually the color timer that did the print was the one responsible for the majority of the color correction. Hoyt van Hoytma, the director of photography, nailed the photography. My job is to make this digital version as close as possible as the print. However, the question is how we can make a digital look like film. So let's go further. Do we have this lot? Well, a lot of people around the world will sell you a lot, will tell you let's represent this one, let's represent that one, this is the best lot possible, or this particular power grade does what the lot should do. They're all bullshit. But within what we need to do, it's a good bullshit. If you have something that get the look and feel you're looking for, even if it's not a true mathematical visual match, you're fine. So, Resolve give you a series of starting points. Do I use this one for real production? Hell yeah. Hustler, for example, was modeled using the Fujifilm. Oh, Jesus, the name. Nobody that is in the theater was modeled using this Kodak lot. You don't have to buy expensive packs of lots. You have building blocks that if you know the limitation and you understand the limitation, you can start with. So, Kodak, why not? I like Kodak. Sorry, I should have put it one over. Schlanf the Kodak in, and we can see characteristic of film. The highlights are very warm. because in projection, the maximum white you can get, it's about 5,500 Kelvin. In digital, your white point on 709 that we are using right now is 6,500. So I'm not expecting them to match. If you match them, using, for example, this one, it's a choice. I'm not expecting to match because that's not what film does in real life. So I like to use the one with this white point. That's just me. The second thing that you can see, the black are flared. That because it represents better, in theory, what an actual image on a display with a higher contrast and luminance look like compared to the original print that you may have on a projection. The idea is, do I like the flare? Do I not like the flare? It's, do I like it or not? You can keep it, you don't. So let's make, just for the sake of discussion, let's trim this one slightly. Now I'm working after the lookup table, so I'm physically changing the look. I'm remodeling the look. I'm plastering, do little detail on the look itself. I'm not even looking at the photography. So I'm gonna get just the low lights with the shadow and go down so I get a slightly snappier image. If you look at this top, for example, you can see that there is more cyan green in the lowlights. That's what film does. If you want to use a film emulation, if you want to mimic film, you cannot expect to have the black purely black because that's not what film does. The next thing we need to do is, well, I have a Sony camera and I want to emulate film. Okay. The question is which color space the lookup table is expecting. Open file location. I have no idea where it went. Here. Double click. Okay, ta-da. Luckily for us in Blackmagic, it actually gives you a couple of ideas. It tells you Cineon log is the tonal range of the input. It's a flowing point data 0 to 1, and we know that the logarithmic file has 0 to 1 mapped there, and we need to remap it to elegantly match that. It's a D55 point. It gives you a 709 gamma 2.4 output. What it doesn't tell you here is which is the actual primary in ingest. And I can tell you for those lookup table is 709. It gives you an excellent starting point. So Sony is our starting point. We go to 709 and we go to Cineon log, if I found it, Cineon film log. That's what the lookup table in Resolve is expecting. This is what you get now. Okay, so the midpoint got pushed up a bit. You have 1, 2, 3, and some stop above, 1, 2, 3, and some stop below. It feels a little bit hot because you see the midtone is slightly pushed up. And the white part of the shoulder seems to be a little bit clipped. So why not? You can go in and just say, yeah, why not? We're going to recover some of those highlights. Where is the thing? Here. High, soft. Can I do this one? No, it's this one. It doesn't recover much. Yeah, it doesn't recover much. Come on, recover something for me. There is not much to recover anyway. Right, there is not much to recover because I'm an idiot. I need to recover that before I go there. Otherwise, there is nothing to recover. It's already clipped. Idiot. The order of operation is important. Aha. That's why. Once you pass through this particular transformation, Cineon log is one of the very few color space where it will clip at 1. So you need to recover the highlights before the Cineon log. And if you do it on the same node, the order of operation are the OFX take precedence to the color correction. You want to recover before that. So the only way to recover it is to doing it literally on a node before. That's a Resolve thing. If you have Baselight or any other software, whatever your software can do. But what I did here, it's nothing more than just shoulder a little bit down so I get a little bit more detail in the highlights. And then why not? We want to add some grain. Film grain, result film grain is good enough. And I don't really care which one we choose. I'm going to choose one that is very aggressive so we can see something in the internet. 0.5, we add some color. La 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 la. Where are you going? You go away. So I haven't looked at my photography at all up to this point. We are going outside. And this looks about right. Because I modeled the look, not on an image, but a principle of photographic exposure. I marry my debayer of the RAW for the Sony to what the DP did on set. The DP, I'm expecting from the DP that he light the subject correctly. This is the subject. She is the hero of the story. So the light, the blocking, the bouncing was done to make her look good at exposure. I did literally, I spent, what now, almost 2 hours talking about you, but physically, Control F, the only 3 things we really did is applying, in this case, a model of a look, model toward Kodak. We transform the color space, not label, please. I hate 17. Not label, thank you. This is the color space transform. This is the film look. And this target 709. This is our flare adjustment. And this one does 2 things. One is grain, and the other one is the recover of the highlights. I did that. And the photography just fall in place. We don't have to do more. I completely ignore the photography completely, and this one solved 90% of my choices. And the idea is if I go here and I see this one is very yellow, and that's because the director of photography wants it. Director of photography set up the camera with a very specific color temperature. Then it put the light on the set to be warmer. You, as a colorist, you're not supposed to pick the white point and make it white because that's not what was done on the set. If you want to judge images, one of the best way to judge it, and that's why I come here, is outdoor. Outdoor, the sun is the same. Every single camera in the world is set up to work very, very well outdoor, and the majority of the camera have a set of primary and white point and tonal range to make outdoor scene looks correct. So come here, if they look about right, you are pretty much set to go with your fine tuning. That's it. What I build right now, it's very, very similar to the look we build for Hustler or for Nobody. There is no much more than that. We build this look is based on the photographic exposure on the set of whatever ISO the director choose and whatever color temperature the camera choose to be. That's it. I don't need 100 nodes. That's it.
There are some brains melting in the chat right now, Walter.
That is what?
Some brains melting in the chat. Some people are saying, "Wow, mind blown." Just kind of seeing the theory behind that process. So thank you.
Of course, and we can take probably another little break.
Yeah, I think we're up against that right now. Yeah, a bunch of people, really taking a lot from that. So awesome. Yeah, I think this is a good time maybe to take another quick 5-minute break. I know we're on a roll, but
yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit of water and come back. So do we have a poll that we can send to those guys?
Yeah, let's see how we can engage with that. I think we're going to have one of our team members submit a poll for you guys
Yeah,
to
why
fill
not?
in
I
some
think,
information.
yeah, it's one of those things where I would like to know, we would like to know which is your background. So we give you a couple of choices. I think that's the first one we have, right?
Yeah, I believe so. So let me just double check with
Okay.
Ashish.
So
Great.
I will go to the bathroom while you do that, and I will probably get some water.
Great.
Okay.
All right, guys, hang tight.
Okay, so there is a small question about what can possibly go into making a loot if it took 4 months to make the Dunker one. Okay, I'm going to answer this one live. So the basic idea is I was explaining before that if you have two objects, one at 28 degree and one at 29 degree Celsius, and you put your hand on it, you can feel the difference. Human eye are very tuned to look at differences and ratio. When you have a true side-by-side, digital versus print, every single little differences will be seen. If I show the print of Dunkirk in one projection, then we walk down the hall, we go in a different projection and we watch it again, you will not be able to pinpoint the differences if it's close enough. But if I'm doing a true side-by-side, you have to be as close as possible. And the problem is the way color is done in film is with dyes. You want more saturation, you add more dyes, and the light pass through, it gets darker. In digital, you want a pure red, you just slant the red laser there or whatever source you have, you get pure red. So the physical building of the image is different. That means that in film, there are certain colors, specifically the high saturated yellow and the low saturated cyan, that in digital cannot be represented, and vice versa. In digital, I can make pure saturated bright red, green, and blue that you cannot have in film. In digital, I can make a white point that it's cooler, the 65. In film, it's really difficult to pass the 55 unless you dim the image. So white text, white as in D55, it has to be dimmer than the maximum amount of light you put on the set. So while it takes 4 months, 3 months to build a lookup table for Dunkirk, I'm submitting mine as well. It's simply because we want to make the side-by-side as close as possible, that when you see them, you look and say, this is the same image. But it's a very specific condition where you need to sustain a side-by-side. If you don't have to sustain a side-by-side, a lot of those limitations don't apply. That's why I can safely use Resolve Lookup Table that is already provided to you and use it to build a photographic model. Does that LUT represent a true photochemical process? No. Does represent a close enough look and feel of a Kodak stock? Yes. As long as you know the difference, you're fine. Nobody's in the theater. Go see it if you can. And try to look on the eye of, does the look and feel of this movie tell me that perhaps was shot in film? There are not, full emulation on it. But if you're looking for the look and feel, it's fine. And the other problem is, when is last time that you open, for example, The Godfather? When is last time you saw The Godfather? Did you see a print? Most likely no. Most of you were not even born when The Godfather was in the theater. What you see is a telecine transfer, physically a sensor. That telecine transfer most likely is not a telecine transfer of the print. It's a telecine transfer of the negative. The mapping of the linear light out of the sensor of the telecine to the actual final product is a combination of whatever the manufacturer decide the curve, tonal curve is, whatever the manufacturer decide the primary, plus the skill of the colorist. He was lucky, he had a print as a reference. Most likely he did not, he just makes something that looks good. Does that represent the original Godfather that was in the theater that year? No. Does it get the look and feel of the Godfather? Yes. So even today, I recently did a remastering of HDR for, Tarantino, Inglourious Basterds, with Ivan Lucas, that was the original colorist on the piece, with the same crew, because it was still there. The Tarantino is still alive, and the director of photography is still alive. And the starting point was, can we reach back in the archive and find the actual lookup table that mimicked the photochemical process used back in 2009? Luckily, we had it. So we want to start from as close as possible as the representation of the print as a starting point, and then from there we do HDR. Today, it's really impossible to do a representation of a stock film done in the 40s. You can't. The other problem you're having, in the 40s, they were using carbon arc projectors. They have a different spectral distribution, the xenon projector we have now. So even if you have the actual print from the 40s, you should watch that on a carbon arc projector, because it will look different on a xenon projector. So there is a point where look and feel is close enough. Dunkirk was a special case because it has to sustain a true side-by-side. If you're home, you're doing something that look like film, like we just did, it's fine. There. What we did here, it's fine. It starts to feel and look like film. And keep in mind, this project, it came to me after it was shot. I had no idea, absolutely no idea what they did on the set. The director of photography told me, I shoot at exposure. The white balance is where I want it to be so I can trust the photography. And today with you, I'm building a look that was actually not even the one we used for this piece, but a random look, the mimic film that sets in the photography. Just to give you more of that. Shift F, thank you, get out of there. Let's make a gallery, let's make a power grade, let's call it TAC, as a TAC masterclass. And let's grab a still. Okay, so we have it. Let's get a completely different project, Barilla Carbonara short, that I did actually only a month ago. I think it's Emiliano was the DP. I'm sorry, Emiliano, if it was not you. Okay, this is already the colored one, but let's just break down completely the look for a second. And let's, is this one the one? Let me double check. I don't want to completely blow the color away. Yeah, I just did that. Control, this one. Z, there you are. Because I want to work on the one called no color. I want to keep one of the original to show you what ended up to be. Ooh, nice. Grab everything. Reset. So we got nothing. We got nothing. We got nothing. There we are. That's the original photography. And this is an ARRI photography. So we just reset a bunch of stuff. Don't ask me why the thumbnail still say there is color. They shouldn't. That's a bug. Shouldn't be any color here. There we are. Okay, so we just save a look that we did here. Principle of exposure. I'm going to apply on this piece. And the only difference is this Alexa. So we start from ARRI Alexa and ARRI Log-C. And we can start to look at it, and we are already there. Like those are two different pieces shot years apart by two different director of photography with completely different idea in mind. The look still works because the look you create is not based on a shot. It's not
Awesome.
based on, no, say again?
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's the idea. You want to make an abstraction. The abstraction is, can I make a look where the director of photography in the set, as long as he hits his exposure, it will work. That's how movies like Joker are done. You create a look. Jill is an amazing colorist. Also an amazing human being, an amazing colorist. She created a look with the director of photography, the way I did Hustler, the way I did, the way Star Wars was done with me. Steve Yedlin create a look. The look is based on the photographic exposure on set. My joke is always that the photography of Star Wars was so easy that I really didn't have to do anything. I barely any color anything because the look was just done right. So even if you get a piece like this one that really come to me after a fact, I don't know, I never saw these people before, we talk and we say, which characteristic of look you want for this piece? How we can describe it. Once we describe it, then if we can put them down to actual physical, concrete actions, and those actions are correlated with the photography, you're done. Let me see. Okay, before I go to the next slide, while we're talking about look, let's get to a different one. And let's get a different lookup table. That's not the lookup table I want. Timeline, this one. Come on, load. Come on, 17, load. Da-da-da. Okay, so a fellow colorist asked me ideas how to make a particular look that we can call Ektachrome for a movie. I disclaimer, I did not do the movie. That particular colorist, I don't know if he was still on the project or not. And the second disclaimer is the look that I created here is not the final look of the movie. That went on a different direction, but this was more of an exercise of look building. So you see there is a bunch of stuff here. Let's take all of them off and do one at a time. The conversation start with the director of photography, in this case also with the colorist, and say what you would like to see. And the idea is we are in Vietnam. Yes, the Vietnam War. We have to imagine somebody going to do the cine reel with, with a small camera, reversal camera, with an Ektachrome of the time. And that's the look I'm looking for. Okay, so I started to talk with the director of photography friend of mine, Tim, and other people, and say, when I talk about Ektachrome reversal look, what are we talking about? And the first thing we're talking about is photographic exposure. So we start from a Kodak, because why not? Did he just, okay. We start with a Kodak. Simple Kodak lock, again, is the one the result give us, because the idea also is, if I'm doing a look using special tools, and the look goes to somebody in China, for example, and they don't have the same tool, I'm doing a disservice to the client. So in using building blocks, I choose something that anybody in the world can use. And that's what I want to show you to you. Use building block that you already have. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars to buy a live grain. There's a resolve grain. It's fine. The second thing that we need to do, obviously, is it's ARRI. So we need to go from ARRI to Cineolog. Nothing more, nothing less. The third thing is a reversal stock or the time tend to be very hard. Hard contrast, hard shadows. So in the look, this was black, just turning the black down. And we changed slightly the way the contrast work, because I don't remember why we did this one. Don't ask me why. What did I do here? All right, I changed the contrast and then I raised back the pivot. The idea is the photographic spread of the original Kodak had too much detail on the black. So I want those details to be more crunchy, and at the same time reduce the photographic exposure, because if you think about reversal at the time, you don't have 8, 9 stop at the print. You only have 6, 7. So it's a harder contrast. In this case, from 18% gray, you have 1, 2.5 good stop below, 1, 2.5 stop above, 5 stop of exposure. That's the actual contrast of your film that we're trying to achieve. The next question, and for the next question, we go to an actual real image. Let me get something like this one. Oh, by the way, those images have nothing to do with the movie. This is Second World War, but those are images that I had just to test. I didn't have the shoot from the director, of course. Then I haven't even started the shoot. The second thing is the philosophical question you want to ask yourself, or the director of photography. It's 1971. It's Vietnam War. There is the guy shooting really the piece of film. Do you want that reversal Ektachrome being as vibrant as if we are today in 1971? Or are we trying to pretend that this was shot in 1971, and then we are trying to make a film today, restoring that material so it's more faded? That's a philosophical question. In making the look, you talk with your DP and you say, which is your preference? If I can identify which is the portion of the look you want, and I can put that in a concrete action, we'll do that. That's what we did. So here there is a slightly tint. You can see it gets slightly cooler. Ektachrome has a cool base. Kodachrome had a warm base. That's history. Go read your history. When you say Ektachrome, does it really mean a cooler base? In this case, the answer was yes. So we just cooled down the base. If I go back to the, oh, no, not that one, this one. You can see how now it's the midtones is much greener. So it's a much cooler midpoints without even changing the exposure, just your base look. And the second thing is reducing the saturation. I don't remember where I did it. I don't even see it. There should be a saturation. Oh, anyway, color boost. I use the color boost tool. You can use whatever you want. It just give me a nice, you can use straight saturation, color boost, doesn't matter. It's just the way you decide to do it. Let's go to our reference frames like this one. Oh no, that was the one, this was better frame. So in this case, that it was just, I felt after I did these initial changes that the photography felt too bright, in this case, just for this particular piece that I have. So I put a little trim that bring the 18% gray down to give a much more dense starting point. Knowing that your highlights will clip faster, having a lower contrast, I arbitrarily decide to underexpose the print by about half a stop. Again, it's a choice. I motivate my choice mentally and I go with it. Grain, resolve grain, nothing much, nothing less. We just find a level of grain that feels coherent with the grain of the piece. There are a couple of websites in around, they show you photographies, and they are archived by when they were shot, which kind of film, which kind of subject. So me and the director of photography here, we went through the same website, and I don't remember the name, and I apologize about that, and find Ektachrome 1960, 1970, and start to look at the images and say how much grain there was on the photography, knowing the film has more grain because of exposure time. And those stocks were very fast, so you have more grain. So we just find a level of grain that we find satisfactory for that. Shot deck, somebody's saying, probably that's where we went. Thank you, Alexander. The next thing is lenses. If you're thinking about a 16mm cine reel done in 1970, the lens wasn't like a prime lens, was kind of a shitty. So I made a vignette correction that does two things. One, it simulates a fall off. And the other thing that you can see in the second node is to add blur, like if the lens itself has more out of focus because of the aberration of the lens. Again, find the element that define the look, build a tool that represent that element. This object, it's a camera shake. Let me see, these are the parameters. The basic idea is if you're shooting with a digital camera and you put the camera on a tripod, you have the camera absolutely locked. And if you have the chance to go to the Steve Yedlin website when he shows the building of his look, one of the things is film camera moves. Even if it's on a tripod, there is a micro movement that keep happening regardless. So that is one of the things where you can do to taste, or if you have real film, you can match real film. Like Steve Yedlin did a mathematical model for real film. I don't have to because we're not matching real film per se. We're matching an idealized film. So if I go now on a single shot, I loop it and I try to make this one, try to make this one big. We go down on the pixel level. I hope you guys can see it. You can see the effect of the micro movement. And because I'm not using any plugin, I'm using just Resolve tool, those are native tool and they're really, really goddamn fast. So even my machine that doesn't have gigantic amount of cards can still hold that. Last but not least, film has alation. What alation is, we're going to do just a brief digression on the alation. Halation. There are two different halation that happen in film. Let me restart for a second. White on white never works. This is auto scale, but just to give you an idea, this is the substrate, like literally the transparent film. You have blue first, a layer of that is sensitive to blue, a gel layer, you know, the silver allied layer, another layer that is sensitive to green. And, you know, I don't want to go into, well, it's cyan, magenta, whatever, because it's positive, negative. Just have red, green, and blue. It's fine. For the discussion we want to do, let's not lose ourselves in detail. The way they build, Kodak and Fuji and everybody build the film is to have the red layer on top. One of the most important thing in representing an image is the skin tone. Our eye see reds really, really clearly. If the skin tone is not right, it's the first thing that we perceive as wrong. Then green, there's a lot of green around. Blue, we have deficiency in seeing blue. So having the layer of blue under the other one make for a lousier image in the blue channel, but our eyes still will not see the difference, so why not? And what happens is, imagine that you have a ray of light hitting here. What happened is the light, because they're semi-transparent layer, pass through, scatter, and bounce. So imagine a red, the pass through, scatter, hit the back of the actual support here, and bounce back. It will re-expose slightly the red. And the more intensity of the light you have, the more bouncing you have, so the red tend to spread. The green, being the second layer, will spread less. There is also a secondary spread here, and the blue almost doesn't spread. Okay, that is if we assume the lenses are perfect, everything's perfect. That's just what happened on the film itself. What it means that if you have an area of high contrast, you see, for example, a light, you see a slightly orange glow. Oh, nope. It was slightly orange glow. Why am I choosing white? Orange. Okay. I want orange. Thank you. A slight orange glow, assuming that this is white and this is black. That extend and basically pollute slightly the black. The second halation you get is actually in develop. If you have a high contrast image, more so in photography, less in film, because film run and the chemistry runs. You have the chemistry that, for example, is depleted doing this white, and it tend to be less depleted later, and you create here some lobes. Somebody explained this to me once, and I still don't understand exactly how it works, but I know it's a halation that you get in develop versus an halation that you get in exposure. So we have few choices. Do we want to have a real photographic halation? If we can. If we cannot, what's the best way we can do? So the way I build an halation in Resolve, that is the simplest way you can do it, is in this way. Let me delete this one entirely. It's doing almost nothing on this shot. Yeah, why not? Let me see if I can find a shot where it's visible, because I tweak it, tune it down, tune it up.
And Walter, this is on the timeline level?
Yes, because it's still part of the look. Again,
Right.
this is still part of the generic look. I just hide that in a compound node. Again, I want to try to hide the complexity. The whole compound node is the halation and it's doing nothing because it's freaking deselected. That's why. That's why I was not doing nothing.
Got it.
That's
So the compound node hides the halation, and then that's the last part of the. So
yeah.
people are following. Yep.
Okay, so can I just disable all of it? So you can see the effect on this particular frame. The basic idea is the halation work best in linear light, the method in Resolve. So the first thing we want to do is not Lightbox, go from ArioAlexa, this ArioAlexa material, to ArioAlexa linear light. And the last thing we want to do is go from linear light back to log C, similar to what we did when we were showing the stop changes. We go in linear light, we do what we need to do, we get out of linear light. The second thing we have to do is just choosing the highlights. So this tool here is basically a tool that allow me to, you can't see it really well, but it's basically, you know what, I'm gonna redo everything with you right now. So instead of trying to show you what I did, let's redo it together. Those two nodes simply, they should just undo each other, and they don't because I don't know why. Oh, because this is an add node. Okay, right. This branch is basically creating the problem. Okay. So those two just cancel each other. You go in linear light, you do what you have to do, you get out of linear light. Here, this is a layer mixer, not a parallel node, compositing mode to add. Because if you think about it, when you re-expose the edges, you add back light to the edges itself. Selection, you only want to select the extremely highlights. Simplest ways to do it is just do this. Come on, do this. Jesus, that's twitchy. There you are. Go down. There we are. So I'm just selecting the extreme highlights of an image, okay? Nothing more, nothing less. The next thing you do, you basically say, when the light is above a certain value, it starts to spread. That's what you're telling the result to do. The second thing is, and let's do this one slightly aggressive, 0.65. I don't want this one ganged. 0.60, why not? And 0.55. The next one is the spread. Like we were saying, the spread has more spread in the red because it bounced more and it's farther away from the baking, from the anti-baking layer, and less on the green, less on the blue. That's pretty much what we are doing with this one. And being this one an add, it just add that back to the image. And then you can just twist this one as much as you want it. You can also, tint it a little bit if you want it. You can spread more or less. You can change the attack of it, how many highlights take part in. There's not many highlights here, so there we are. As you can see, that is the minimum amount of tool necessary to create an halation. Now, does that represent true halation mathematically? No. Does it represent the look and feel, and that's what you're trying to get? Yes. And again, I use a shot, but you can do this one literally with a grayscale and it's fine because it will work on the photography itself. I mean, you can see here, it's doing it on this thing. The color is a bit yucky. I'm probably not getting the right color, but no time for refinement. We'll do that later if the client likes it. If you spend too much time to do something before you show it on the client, you're wasting time. The client may not even like where you are. Do a block, show it to the client. Do we like it? Move to the next thing. So this one was to build a look for this particular project. And then I was lucky enough to get a couple of test frames. Where's this one? like I say, this is not what we end up to do for the actual production. I don't need those two guys. This is just test frame that he sent me. And the idea is once you start to look at the test frame, the question is, does this look and feel like Vietnam 1971? Now that they are actually in the right costume and they are in the right forest, the emulation works. The only thing we added was more grain. We put back some more color because we desaturate too much. The image testing I had were not representative of the photography. So you build a look based on the principle of photography. You start to have tests. You modify the look slightly if necessary, and that's it. Look at the elation here. It's just beautiful. Now, like I say, I didn't do this movie. They choose a different strategy. I'm just using this one to show you how to build the look. And the next thing that happened, a friend of mine say, hey, can you show me the same look on images that I have? Sure. He sent me a bunch of images. I applied the same look. We did a very global trim. Where is the look? Ta-da. We did a very global trim to keep it, in this case, warmer, so the saturation and tint has a more, Control D, a warmer tone. F, Z. And again, those were shot with a completely different camera, with a completely different thing in mind, but because the photographic exposure on the set, the spread of the stop are very similar, you can safely attach the same look and it will work. So don't make 100 nodes on one shot. Build a look for a photography. If the photographic exposure is similar, the look works. And it's much more coherent and consistent for your entire movie. Where are we? 1 hour and 42. I'm slightly behind. Yeah, I'm slightly behind.
That was very informative, though. I think I love the concept of kind of pairing the look build around the photography, because it really does emphasize what the DP does. And I think for somebody who comes from a DP background, you know, having colors who work that way,
yep,
it makes me, you know, more relaxed, you know, because I know that they're going to bring out what I did on set. You know,
that's exactly the concept. Is let's make the Joker look. No, you don't. You're trying to push and pull until something looks similar visually, but
right.
You're not actually doing what director of photography is expecting. Joker was done building the look first, based on what the director of photography exposure on set would be, and then the director of photography put the light ratio coherent with the actual look. For Hustler, we build the look. The DP knew that he has, in that case, a DXL2 Panavision. So it's a red camera, basically.
Sure.
It's a very fancy red camera.
Mm-hmm.
We decide to expose the set at 800. He never looked at the DIT monitor. He was going on the set, light at 800, it's done. Right. The DIT was just correcting very lightly if there was a mismatch in white balance, or perhaps, you know, you didn't hit the mark, so the subject is slightly off. That's what the DIT was doing. It came to me and it's properly exposed. And you don't have to go back and try to chase the photography. One of the most common errors the DIT do is don't talk with your director of photography. If the director of photography underexposed the set one stop, the question you DIT have to ask yourself first, is that intentional? If you just correct it, now the director of photography go back, see the daily, say, shit, I'm still too bright. I'm bringing it down. And you are correcting it again. What the fuck are you doing?
Right. And then, you know, there's a fight eventually.
Yeah, I actually witnessed some of those, and they're ugly. In your best intention to make the daily look good, you may do a disservice to the photography.
Right.
You know that the photography, the director of photography know how to use a light meter. I'm assuming they do. camera manufacturer try to make the camera that if you hit the target, the image is very coherent and consistent. So if you are in a photographic setup with two people talking and the lights are set and the camera sets, theoretically, you need one trim and you're done.
Right.
Photographic exposure, look the merit the photographic exposure, a little trim to compensate for whatever variation the camera have, you're done.
Someone was asking what was in that fourth node that you just showed us.
Here, those two that I bring together.
Mm-hmm.
If it's this one, is because Vignette has an inside-outside. So the first node only take care of how much loss of light I want. The second node is how much out of focus I want in the outside to mimic a cheaper lens.
Got it.
And you can do whatever you want. The strategy I used is I don't blur the red, so if a character goes on the side of the screen, the skin tone still looks good.
I think they were talking about too the in the compound node for the halation setup, the fourth node.
Okay.
Inside that guy. Yeah, that one.
This one is just because I decided to artistically add some color.
I got it.
The way I did it before with only two nodes, one for the selection, one for the spread, that is the minimum amount of tool you're doing. The rest was to take
finesse. Yeah.
Finesse. It's like, I want to arbitrarily add more yellow glow to the highlights just because, not because it's useful, if you wish.
Right.
Now let's go back and let's do that again. Let's grab this look. This is at the group level, doesn't really matter. Timeline group, we'll go that in detail later. Let's go back to our Ida. I think it's Sicilian. If some Sicilian is connected, please let me know if it's correct. Reset everything. I'm at the group level. I'm adding this one. Question is which camera I'm using. I'm using Sony. Hey, Sony Rexon 9 Cinefilm log. Boom, the look is there. And every single decision we took in building that look is here. And I build the look regardless of what I'm doing, because the look represent, let's say, an exposure and a look like Ektachrome, where we have this, and these elements that define the look. And it doesn't matter if I'm doing it for World War II piece, for Vietnam War, or in this case, for a comedy piece. Then you can modify the look. For example, in this particular case, it's a comedy. It seems very contrasty. So perhaps contrast shouldn't be that much in the look specific for this particular piece. Perhaps the saturation should be nil. Let's reset it because we shouldn't need saturation. What else I put here? I don't remember. Doesn't match. Let's see. Reset, no color correction there. What else? The grain. Perhaps the grain is too much because it's a modern piece, so it's supposed to be probably closer to, I don't know, a new Vision stock. So let's start from a 35 millimeter base. So the look that was tailored for a specific movie now has been re-tailored for this particular photography. Done. And again, I did not do that on a shot, on a principle. Now, what all of this mean when we go down to actually color correct a full piece? Because all of this preparation that we did in the last 3 hours is to make your work easy. So we go back to drawing board. We can make more layer. And fine. So I want to build a look for as much as possible encompass the entire photography of the movie. There are always exceptions, but before starting to talk about the exception, talk about the method. Look, a look for the whole movie. That goes on top of everything. The general idea is If the director of photography hit the exposure and you put the look, your job is done. You don't have to do any bloody else. The Star Wars The Last Jedi, at one point there is a shot of Rey going into the Snoke layer, the red throne room. She get thrown on the floor, she look up. The shot come on me. There is Steve Yedlin look on top of it. And I'm looking at Steve and say, what you would like to see. A point of red. Click. Color correction for that shot, done. Because the look was built on the photographic exposure. He nailed the photographic exposure. There was no shift camera, nothing weird going on in terms of the sun went off, a cloud came in. Done. That's how you color a long movie. You make a look that is strong, and then you're done. Next thing you do. The script itself is divided in scene. The director of photography build the set and the light together with director and set designer based on scenes, script scenes. The editor put together them mostly as scenes. So the first thing I do in approaching a long form TV or even a short is dividing in scenes. I use the group method. In Resolve, you can use whatever method your color corrector has, but basically divided in the same scene. Scene 1, scene 2, scene 3. And I will treat that as a sub look for the scene. I am expecting that if there are two people talking, the director of photography expose the subject. We are told in a story, the story is told by subjects, usually a person. The person usually hit a mark, and the exposure on the person on that mark is what intended. So I want to have a scene that is coherent, and most likely director of photography already did that for you. If you do a bunch of color on shot 1 and then you go to shot 2, you're not expected to do much different because the light was the same. Unless you are doing a car chase and it's 3 days into the shoot and the sun went in and off, that's where you need to color correct. Now, how you color correct the scene? Well, the scene is a bunch of shots. Watch the movie from beginning to end, possibly with audio, read the script, talk with the director of photography, understand who is the hero of the story. In color correcting a scene, which color? This one is fine. I found the hero. It's a shot, usually a mid close-up of a person or the major shot of the location or whatever, the car. Usually it's a person because the person tells the story. And I'm looking at that and say, is the scene where we want it? Do we want the scene differently? After I color correct the scene using the hero, the next job is to balancing, just balance it. Don't do anything stupid. All the other shot to that. And chances are that your balance is very minimal because you already took care of the majority of your decision with the movie and the scene. Now, which tool I use? I use offsets. Also, printer lights mathematically is the same. Or if you use CDL, will be exactly the offsets. In Resolve, they're called offsets, RGB offsets. Because an offset in a logarithmic space represent almost correctly mathematically exposure change and white balance change in the set. So I'm using a tool as if I'm changing the light on the set. Therefore, I'm not screwing the photography. The common the common thing that people do, let's not call it error because I know there are very successful colorists that do that. Imagine that you're doing something different. You're using gamma as a first tool. So you did a gamma change. Now you're changing the relationship between the midtone and the highlights, the midtone and the lowlights, and this color that you just changed with your white, and this one didn't follow. So the next thing you do after you did the gamma, you put your hand on the other two balls, and guess what? You're trying to rebuild the same photography. So to me, changing the gamma on a logarithmic image is distorting the photography. In balancing together the shots, I only allow myself offset, printer lights, whatever you want to call it, and contrast defined as just gain. If, for example, one lens is softer than the other lens, I need to change the contrast, obviously. Or if you find, the sun was more in here, less in there, I need to do that. Okay. So the basic idea is, for 100 years, the only tool available in printing was a look defined by the negative and positive, negative and print, and printer lights literally offset in light, real light, to re-expose the positive. You should be able to bring a movie in the ballpark 90% where it should be, using literally printer light offsets and perhaps a bit of gain, and that's it. If the photography, it is inconsistent because sun, because the photographic exposure went off, that's when you have to color correct. But here we are talking about how we can go from, I have 3,000 shot to color, to a pass that I can actually see and ship it in the minimum amount of manipulation possible in the most elegant way. Making a global look for the movie remove complexity, because the look can be really complex, but once you establish it, it's done. Color correct a scene will remove the complexity of the scene. Let's say that you got a scene that you want to be really contrasty, black and white, whatever. The scene become black and white, and then you just match the shots. After you match the shots, then you do the trim part. Trim part is, okay, bring down this corner. The floor is too hot. I want a bit more sky. This she went slightly in the dark, bring her out. But at this point, this is the point where you want to play. This is the point you want to reach as fast as possible, and you want to play for your client as soon as possible. Because if the scene is not even in the bloody ballpark, making 20 window on a shot is a waste of fucking time. It's great that the teacher in YouTube told you, make all these windows, if the shot is not even balanced. If the director of photography didn't tell you, I like it, you are wasting your time. There are plenty of time in my career where I did a first pass. This is called a first pass. I thought it was great. And the director of photography told me in a very elegant way that it's crap. You have to swallow your pride and realize that you did not match the intended artistic vision of the piece. It doesn't matter if you match Mad Max. If he wants a comedy, you are off the mark by a lot. Another little break, why not?
I think that's a good, I mean, really, I know back to our interview, you talked a little bit about this client, relationship.
Yeah.
And kind of how that's really the focal point for a colorist, not necessarily your technical ability to create, turn one image into something else. It's really not about that in the practical sense. When you're working, it's really about taking that image and making it what it was designed to be, not trying to turn it into something else.
Yeah, you need to know how to make something else, because in the building of the look, you need these tools.
Mm-hmm.
But once the look is built, like you say, we need to find the photography first.
Mm-hmm.
Then if we need to change it, the director of photography will tell you to change it.
Right.
Of course, I need to know how to make whatever, the teal and orange. I hate the teal and orange. Don't ask me to do it. I hate it. But if I have to do it, I'll do a bit of research, and I try to understand which are the element of a teal and orange that appeal my client. How can I elegantly make a look that incorporate those elements? How that look fits in the photography on the set, and it's done. and I forget about it. Now, you may have movies that have more than one look. Bliss now in Amazon, Amazon Prime, if you want to stream it, we had a conscious decision at the beginning, reading the script, talking with the director, with the photography. There are two major words, like Matrix, there are two major words that it may not be possible to achieve that with a single look. Therefore, the look is split in two, and all the scene that belong to the Bliss world will take at the scene level, well, at the group level, the Bliss look, and every single scene that has the ugly world look, as we call it, you will get the ugly world look. But within the subset of the movie world, each one has its own element coherently with the photography.
So somebody had asked in the Q&A that you had mentioned using a film look LUT on Hustlers, and they asked, was that project graded in HDR? And if so, how did you approach that during the post-production?
I will do the HDR for you. I will, I promise.
Got it. Fantastic.
Yeah, we're almost done with a bunch of theory. Let me see. Oh, in the creation of the look, the other thing that it's important is try to understand which part of the look can be given on set. Because that's the other challenge is, of course, the director of photography will expose the set with a light meter. I'm not expecting no more nor less. But when you create a daily, the editor need to see something that is kind of representing the look.
Mhm.
The visual effect company need to see something that represent the look. So you want to try to find the essence of what you're trying to do, and all the element that can be replicated with a lookup table, and give that to the daily and give that to the people in post-production for the VFX. The studio that pay the money for all of us to work need to see something. So the idea is, if you cannot have a full resolve on set, and sometimes it's not possible, or they have other systems, at least create a lot that represent the bulk of the look that you're trying to do. For example, for Bliss, we had two main LUTs, one for the ugly world, one for the Bliss world. We were able to actually, in our daily system, Company 3, add in grain. So the ugly world got a buttload of grain, and the Bliss world was pristine because that's part of the look.
Sure.
So we were able to introduce a couple of the elements of the final look, let's say about 89%. For Hustler was a single LUT with grain. So the daily were actually pretty close to the final idea. Same for the other that I mentioned, Nobody, same idea. We were able to define the look mostly with a single LUT and some grain.
So you were able to get to that trim phase really fast.
Of course.
Right.
Everybody already saw the right exposure. Everybody already saw the bulk of the look. When it comes to me, yes, I have the CDL from the set, and that is more of a dialogue. For me, the CDL is a dialogue where the director of photography want to go with the scene. Then I took away the CDL. I keep the still so I know where they went for the dailies. And then I sit back and using very simple offsets that represent photographic exposure in a logarithmic environment, just simply match the scene together and they fall in place. The thing is that because I'm not starting to distort the photography using lift gamma gain and an HDR tool and the web and whatever, find the original photography first. See if the director of photography, they spend an hour on the set to do that photography, likes it. Then from there, we go to the next step.
That's really good. Somebody asked real quick why you use the linear color space for the halation transform. Is that a Resolve specific thing?
I missed
linear light. The linear light for halation.
It's just because it's much easier to define the very top highlights in linear light.
Got it.
Let me share again, just so I can just draw. It's easier if I show you a drawing of it. Yes, so linear light, as we were saying, it's a form of doubling the light every stop that you get. In a logarithmic environment, why I'm not typing? Oh, because this is on. Control Z. Control Z. Control Z. Okay, I'm gonna type here. So in a logarithmic environment, if you have a file that goes from 0 to 100%, whatever is the number, 1024 in 10-bit, the stops are uniformly distributed. That means that instead of being each stop double, the distance in bits between one stop and the other, it's equivalent. It's equidistant.
Right.
Now, it's very difficult to select just this portion or perhaps just this portion to do dilation. So if you go back in linear light, this curve is transformed to this. So it's much easier. This stop gets spread. It's much easier to select just the extreme highlights. If you don't have in your color corrector those tools, it doesn't matter. Try to select just the top highlights.
Got it.
Just the top. Blur that, add it back to your image, should be enough. Now, I know, a lot of company and probably even Blackmagic is working on making a tool. I saw some of them from a different company. I see some plugins. I see how Steve Yedlin does it. This is the simplest thing you can do today without having those tools. If tomorrow you get a tool and the tool satisfies your look and feel, please use it. What I'm trying to show here today is I don't have the tool. What I can do? Well, that's what you can do with Resolve today. And in Baselight or Luster or ColorFront or whatever tool you have, you can do similar thing. Select just the specular highlights, slightly blur with more ray for the red, less for the green, almost time for the blue. Add it back on top. It gets your look and feel that it's good enough.
Fantastic. Oh, just as a touch point, we did that poll earlier. We have 462 members in the group right now or in the live stream.
Yep.
Of those, 73% have backgrounds as colorists. 26%, so 112 people are cinematographers.
Yep.
26% are editors, and 17% are other. So
nice. Yeah, I'm really glad that there are director of photography here, because one thing I want to tell to all of you is we are your friends. We are not your enemy. I know that some of the things in the internet that get teach to young colorists seems to be the enemy. I'm trying to tell everybody we are trying to really respect your photography. That's what I do every day. Before doing anything else, I want your photography to shine. And if I don't have to do anything, I will not do anything. I'm not going to twist my button just because I can.
Okay, great. So I think we're ready to transition into this third phase.
Okay. Let me see. Blah, 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 blah. I did that one. Okay. So now, practically speaking, and I need to share the screen because I do that all the time. Practically speaking, the next challenge we have is to define what is the part of the look that goes to everything, what define the part that goes to the scene, what the part that goes to the shot, what the trimming, and in Resolve specifically, but you can do this on any platform you want, where we put those corrections to be effective. So let's for a second just reset this one and let's get, do I have a normal look? Yeah, why not? This doesn't matter. Okay, this is actually the original look of the piece. That's what we actually used. It was based on Alexa Lookup Table, the old one. This is the K1S1, the original one. This one is the one that come from the Artweb site now. And the difference is just, as you can see in the black, they get a little bit denser. They did a change, whatever. There is an extra contrast that we added. There is the color space transformation from Sony to Alexa. There is the grain. And this one, it's just a global desaturation that we decide to put. So that is our look that with the director of photography, we started with. Really doesn't matter what you do. That's a look. The problem is now in Resolve, how we can elegantly divide what you do on the scene to what you do on a shot to what you do on a trimming to the client will ask you, can I see this shot brighter? And you already did a bunch of keys and you break them, or the whole scene need to be warmer. I use a method that was taught to me by Florian Utzi, that is a colorist from Germany. I think he worked in Munich for Arri. When we were doing together Independence Day. He was the leading colorist. He did the first pass of color with Markus Förder, director of photography. I was assisting. And then he went back to Germany. I grabbed that and I just did everything else after that. Collaboration is important. Even if you think you are the best colorist in the world, if you cannot collaborate with somebody else, people will not want to work with you. Haha, magic. So I implement a fixed node structure. It means every shot, regardless of what I have to do the shot, will have the same structure because it allows me to define at the beginning of the project where things are, how I use the node for, reduce the complexity, increase the speed, and most important, allow me to do global trims for camera angle, for shots, for scenes. After the first pass of color for Green Book, me and the director of photography, we were too dark. We didn't realize it. We just liked it. The director come in and say, I want everything brighter because you guys, I can't see Marshall in the back of the car. Where do you put that? How do you do that? If you do it at level 1, you screw everything. If you do it on the group, maybe, sorry, on the look, it may be too much. It may be per scene. We didn't know that at the beginning. So let's talk about the node structure that I use. LS. First two nodes are they're used to achieve basic balance, basic contrast, especially the first one, just RGB offset, don't use it for anything else. Contrast if you need to match two lenses, that's it. Second node, I usually use it for dynamics, as if somebody's inside a bar, is moving outside, the camera is following, the inside the bar is slightly underexposed, the outside of the bar is overexposed. I need to balance that. I need to chase that. Of course, I help the director of photography because that transition can be 6-7 stops of difference in terms of light. They do what they can on the set, but they're there to capture the action. That's when you need to do a dynamic. The other thing I use this one for is noise reducer. I use Resolve Noise Reducer. It's perfectly fine. If you want to use Neat Video or whatever else, please do. I find the Noise Reducer Resolve being as effective as I need it to be. So between the base and Noise Reducer, you should be able to bring a shot pretty much where you can play and you're done. Then I have the first stack on the top. Let me just put some number. Right, I'm writing them in Italian. Left side of screen, center side of screen, right side of screen. Those nodes are reserved usually for the main character, the main subject of the scene, if they are respectively on the left, center, or right. In this particular shot, if I have to put a window on the main character, she is mostly on the right side, I will put it here. If I have to put a shot on the other side, I tend to put it on the other side. So what it means that if I reopen this particular node, 2 years from now, I know exactly that that particular node that I put there is for the main character, right side of the screen. Then no, Control Z, Z, Z. Add node, one more. Now I'll do a slight variation of, if you guys saw my low post one, I'm doing today a slight variation just because Resolve 17 introduced a tool and I'm starting to liking the tool to solve very specific thing. So log. Now this log doesn't mean log file. It means literally the logarithmic control of Resolve. And I use this one if I have to do a very small trim on the black, a very small trim on the white of the image, leaving the bulk of the color space where it is. And in Resolve, now you have those HDR tools. Again, if I have to do very small variation of specular highlights and black, very useful in HDR where you see those differences much more. So this is, you can actually now call it log/HDR tool, not necessarily HDR as in making an HDR product, is using the HDR Resolve tools, literally just very highlights, very small lowlights. The next one, sky. 90% of the time, when we are outside, the director of photography will ask you to deal with the sky. So I made a node because it happened a lot of time. The sky node also can be used for ceiling, roof. If you are indoor, sometimes you have a bounce of light on the top and you want to tame it down. Therefore, you want to have something that works there. If you are inside, you don't have a sky, I can repurpose the same node for a roof. Why not? This one, it's a new one. I actually start to like the color warper. So this is either, how do they call it? Sorry, curves. Either curves or the warper. This is to solve specific issue. You have two shots, they're outdoor. One has foliage that is slightly warmer than the other one. You want to just correct the foliage. That will help you. I found the color warper to be an elegant way to use that. Or you can use, simple classic curves. I hope the machine is not crashing, is not answering my request. Thank you. So, simple hue versus hue versus SAT, the usual secondary. It's literally a secondary correction. Will I use this secondary correction for a skin tone correction? Never. Because when I do my base correction, I do the base correction to make the main subject of the shot to be properly balanced at the color that I want it. Therefore, the skin of the actress in this shot will be resolved at the very first stage. I'm sorry, if you're balancing for a white balance and your skin of your actress is off, what the hell are we doing? Is the shot about the background? No. If the background is slightly off, once you play, you look at the subject. The subject has to be right from the beginning. If I do a secondary, will be on the background because key can be difficult. And if I have to change the color of the leaf a bit, so be it. But if the color of the main actor is not right, what the hell? Guys, what the hell? This brings me to what I call skin. Here, like I say, it's not a secondary on the skin. It's something that often, especially in TV, they ask you to do. Makeup sometimes is not great. Actress may have a little wrinkle or there is a spot on this, a blemish. That particular node is reserved to help usually leading actor and actresses to get a little bit more clean skin. Not to do the color of the skin, just to help them in medium and medium close-up and close-ups. One more corrector. Let's schlamp this one here. 2, 3, 4, 5. And we add a parallel node, parallel mixer. We add one input. The bottom 5 nodes are whatever the director of photography, the director, your cousin, you want to do. Brighten this object, darken that corner, you know, whatever happened aside from all the special cases that we already defined. Now, certain colorists make less serial nodes and more parallel nodes. That's up to you. That's absolutely up to you. The idea is you want to at least have a few parallel nodes. So if you pull a key here, and you can still pull a key there and be cleaned. If you do something on these shots, and then you do something on all the other nodes, and then you want to change the first shot again, it can be challenging because you break things. Another thing that those nodes are used for, sometimes I have mats. I don't have it in this case, but you know, it happened. It's a VFX, the compositing, they give you a mat. It's very easy to just use a pre-made node and add it there. Why not? Now, if the first two nodes represent the shear balance and RGB balance, I don't want to call it white balance, but RGB balance to bring the subject in the spotlight, this second block will be all your trims for the specific shot.
Walter, we have an email question that came in from Toby Tompkins. Maybe it's a good time now to discuss. It's about your node structure. Toby writes, "Hi, Walter. I'm a big fan, longtime admirer of your work. I have a question about your node tree. Why do you have sections of parallel nodes in serial formation, i.e., groups of parallel and serial, as opposed to just having more parallel nodes? It seems like if you make changes upstream to some of these, it would affect your downstream isolation. So why not have more in parallel with a clean input for more of these nodes?"
It's just a preference. Like I got used to, I could use is a bad word. The idea is I have 3 clean chants to make what I need to do. And most of the time, that's enough. Parallel node can be tricky. Let me show you an example. Let's say that, where is the saturation button? I'm saturating this one to 0. And before I do that, let's do a small trim here. So I'm going to make this one slightly warmer, okay? And then somebody come in and say, well, I want to see a black and white. If you now make black and white, the problem is the parallel node is compounded with the black and white. And you can see this is not black and white. So the advantage of the parallel node is to be able to get clean keys from a single source. The disadvantage, and sometimes can be used, is that 2 parallel node correction add to each other. So as long as you know the limitation, there is no reason why you should not do 10 parallel nodes. This is more of, I got used to it. It's a preference. That's it. Find a preference that suits your need. And for example, if I'm doing commercial, some of the trim node that we will show here, they're probably useless because commercial tend to have a lot of little changes to a single shot. So perhaps I have 4 or 5 parallel branches, each one with only 2 or 3 nodes, because I know that I need more detail-oriented changes for a single shot. Now, let me just go keep labeling this guy. The shot trim, we'll discuss that in a moment. OFX, this is when you need to add a specific effect on your shot. And as you can see, if this represents everything you do to the shot, that is above it. It's more like a look for that shot. For example, a shot needs more grain, or for example, you need to put a lens flare, or there is a pixel you need to fix, or what else? Oh, you want to do a tilt and shift lens because you need a special effect, or you're doing a look of a nightmare, and that particular 3-4 shots need a special treatment. OFX, that's what it is, and it's basically whatever Resolvo effects you can get that can help you to get there. This one is a vignette. Lots, again, that come with experience. A lot of people like the idea of a soft vignette to close the action. And it's also a trick you can use if you need something really, really dark. Your instinct is to darken everything. The shot look dark, but you don't see the action and it look mushy. So one thing you can do to lower the average light that hit your eye as an observer is close the sides so you can afford to leave the center portion of the action slightly more snappier, but the average the image still feel dark. The second one is still a vignette. It's inside, outside. What happened is I do a vignette, let's make one very simple just for the sake of exercise. So I use Resolve, I do this one and inverse because I just want to do the outside, and I hit it with a hammer. Now the shot feels dark. The problem is that I cannot go to the base and reopen it. Remember, there could be a bunch of keys here, you will break them. What I can do is connect those two guys together so I get exactly the same key, and I don't know why Resolve does not refresh the icon. And now I'm working literally on the inside. This is just to help you not to break things that you may already done. Okay, so color, reset, and keep, great, okay, perfect. This one, it's one of the first trim, is the angle, trim. This is the shot trim, this is the angle trim, this is the scene trim. And we'll see all of that in a moment. Scene trim, this is the director of photography trim. And this is the Hail Mary pass. And with this one in a moment, how it works. So let's grab everything. I'm saving quickly a memory on my keyboard and schlamp it on everything. So everybody has exactly the same node tree. There is no mystery. It's a fixed node tree structure. The second thing I did, and I always do, like I said before, I group the scene based on the script and how the story is told. In this case, you have a scene with her arriving, you have meeting her uncle, you have a scene at the garden, first night, breakfast, second night, leaving. This one is a one for all the logo text, whatever, where perhaps the look does not apply. You have a small scene with it's a bandage door, and this door I never used, I don't know why it's there. So let's go to the garden for a moment because it's outdoor, it's my favorite, and she looks great. So we already put the look on everything. Right, the result doesn't let me to go to the timeline. There you are. Look on everything. That solved the majority of the problem with our photography. The next thing you want to do is to choose the hero shot. In this case, she is the hero of the whole piece. I'm getting a close medium shot where I want her to look good. And I asked the director of photography, what you want to see here? What the scene is about? And the director of photography will tell you, they meet each other. It's a very good moment. It's a very good feeling. It's almost a romantic moment that they meet each other after a long time. I want the scene to be slightly more poppy, slightly more saturated, perhaps warm. So at the scene trim level, know that the shot is already balanced without doing nothing. I may try to give a little bit of those characteristics. So perhaps I'm going to do something more extreme than what I would like so you can actually see what I'm doing. Okay, there we are. This is the look. The director say, I like it. I haven't touched anything else, and I say, ripple to the select group. So the scene is already defined as a group. I did the scene trim, I put it on the group, I can hit play. The entire scene, perhaps without looping, the entire scene got the look of the scene as I was explaining right here. There we are. Got the scene?
I think you just invalidated any YouTube video on copy and pasting nodes. So thank you.
Yeah, there is that. Okay, so here, like I was showing before, you did the look, you choose the hero shot. The hero shot was already balanced. If it's not, do the minimal adjustment to balance it. I did the scene look, boom, propagate the scene look, I'm done. The next thing I have to do is start to look at the photography of the scene. Is the photography coherent? If I hit play, let me just get the group, the garden. Let me get the group. If I hit play, I can see that the cousin is slightly darker. And because I see this shot a lot, the first couple of shots of her arriving, they're actually too bright. Why? Because they were shot on a different time of the day. Simple as that. If you have two people talking in, think about Amazon. I did Homecoming. I did Homecoming season 1. There is the two main characters, Julia Roberts and the other kid that I don't remember, Walter, whatever it was, sitting. They don't move. Single camera on her, on him. Perfect lighting. You do the scene look, you apply, you are done. The scene is done. Unless you have a reflection on the sky or the window is too bright, whatever, I'm expecting the director of photography to put the light coherently, you're done. In this case, we're outdoor, and of course, outdoor things change. So, which is the most elegant way in Resolve to cluster together shots that were shots at the same time of the day, therefore have carried the same photography? Here in the view menu, you have thumbnail load. It's a twist tango for me. Timeline thumbnail mode. Two modes available. One is record, one is source. What does it mean? In record mode, the thumbnail are presented in the order of which the movie is played. In source mode, they are presented in the order of the original time code of the clip. Most of the time in the set, the time code is set up with the time of the day. Take advantage of that. I cleverly map this one to the A and C button, so you can see they switch. So if I go in the other mode, in source mode, and I look in this view, you can see something very amazing. All the shots of the group are shot as a first thing, then all the shot the main actress were shot as a second thing, and we can check the time code, that's exactly what happened. And then all the shot of this actress were shot in later, including those two, sorry, and those two are by themselves. Can I do then go to the camera angle and make a correction? Of course, I have an angle trim. So we know that this angle is slightly darker than what we need. I go to the trim angle, and just to show you a different way to color when you don't have a panel, let's color printer light. Printer light basically do offsets. And I have it on my keyboard. You can see I'm pressing up and down on my keyboard. And I just lighten this up a little bit, 27, 27. And I say this time color ripple to the selected clip. I select the whole angle, copy and paste, done. This angle was too bright. So I'm going to darken it using, again, the thing, and it's slightly cooler, so I'm adding, no, that's too much, a little bit of warmth. Color, ripple to the selected clip. We know this angle is the good one, is the hero angle, unless, there is a sun goes out in a shot, or like this one, there is a bit more smoke that we may want to do later. This one seems good. It's probably just a little bit bright. Select all the shot, go to the angle trim, couple of click of darkening, and where is select the clip, put it back, goes the first shot. I color correct the whole scene with you with 5 clicks. This is now in a position that can be played for the director of photography to see if you are even in the bloody ballpark. I talked for 3 hours, but color correcting this one with you, it took me literally 5 minutes. Choose the global trim for the scene, find the camera angle, balance quickly the camera angle, play. And there is also another thing you're seeing. I'm playing at 50 frames a second, even if the actual material is 25, because I want to see if as overall the scene even work. If the scene doesn't work, if the director say I don't like it, you don't want to go to the next stage. And let, for the sake of the discussion, say, oh, the director doesn't like it. You say, you know, you went a little bit too warm. Can you show me a version that it's cooler? Okay. Director of photography has a trim. I go there, I cool it off. Let me cool it off just a lot just to see. Obviously, it's more than what I wish, but copy to the hell group. Hello, did you copy or did not refresh? The timeline seems to be a little bit silly. Yeah, it did. The timeline don't refresh, and that's a bug on version 17. But basically, I copy to the whole group, and I can immediately hit play. We balance the shots, so the photography is balanced. We have a group, we have a look that work for the whole photography. I can bring a scene, trim it, hit play after literally 5 seconds.
Sorry, somebody just commented. I don't know how to deal with how this destroyed my current my current workflow. That's amazing. People were also commenting about how they're going to pick up working out or taking new jobs or other time-intensive things now that they're saving so much time with these little workflow hacks. So maybe we'll get some, like, you know.
Yeah. So I
pottery.
I know.
Bird watching.
Spend more time with the family.
Yeah.
Mark, I'm picking on you again. Instead of spending more time with the family, you, Mark, do more work. And that's incorrect because you will die one day. I know. I'm glad. If he's here, I'm glad.
Dabi is free. Sorry.
So, as you can see, what I'm trying to show you today, it's a methodology that allow you to simplify your workflow. What you want to do when you color correct, let me go back to the driving board. This one 3, 5. You don't have infinite amount of time to do a movie. So let's say even Hollywood, you have a drama shot, a drama movie, you have about 80 hours. So basically 2 weeks. Okay. In those 2 weeks, you have to do the full color correction, the full trim, the full VFX blending, having different cooks tell you what you're doing wrong. You kind of have to pace yourself. So imagine a movie, normal movie, 5 reels. What you want to do is divide in, if you can, a movie in the first 5 days. You basically go through and you color correct all the reels. Reel 1, reel 2, reel 3, reel 4, reel 5, exactly doing what I did right now. Don't spend time to put windows. At the end of first week, you and your director of photography should be on an agreement where every single scene fell. And while you're doing that, you're starting to realize this scene is the most challenging. I need to work more on that. Instead of spending what more people do, they start on reel 1, they eat freaking half a week to do reel 1. It looks great. Then another half a week to do reel 2, and then guess what? You're out of time. Pace yourself. Give yourself a chance to watch the whole movie like normal people will watch the movie. One actually thing that I do when I work for projection, I have a wireless keyboard. I finish to look at reel 1. I bring my wireless keyboard, I go sit where a normal people will sit, with no GUI, with no monitor, with nothing. And I play from beginning to end. And I have my finger on the M button that will drop a marker for me. If I see something that it doesn't quite feel right, I drop a marker, but I keep playing because the viewer will experience the movie magic in play. Of course, if you stop on a shot, you can trim the shot to death. Of course, if I compare the first shot of the movie with the last shot of the movie, I can see that probably I drifted. But the second shot of the movie will come an hour and a half. At that point, either you already hated the movie or love it. If it's slightly off, it doesn't matter. If the observer cannot see it, it doesn't matter. So the first week, or as soon as you can reasonably bring the photography in the ballpark with global look, scene look, and offsets, play as many times as you can, as fast as you can. You see the movie more time. Imagine a movie that is 2 hours. If you play in real time, you just lost 2 hours. And every time you review it, you lost 2 hours. If I can play at double speed, and if you cannot just skip frame, I can review the movie twice in those 2 hours. And I can catch the macroscopic errors. It's like peeling an onion. Once you do the global look, then you do the scene look, then you do the shot balancing, then you do the shot trim. If the shot is not balanced, you see that. Once the shot is balanced, now you see what you need as a trim. In the second week, or in the second half of your allotted time, I divide that in two as well, where all this time is dedicated to do the primary trims. That is, because I know exactly the 10 scene in the movie that need more help, I hit that first. You don't want to do a beauty shot if you have a scene outdoor with the sun in and out that is uneven balanced. You're wasting your time. The next thing is the rest of the time, you're dealing with VFX. If you have any, do more trimming, play more, whatever is left behind, you tend to leave the smallest things to do at the end, because if you run out of time, you already did everything else. Blah, 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 blah.
Does this bring us to HDR?
Yes.
Ooh.
Disclaimer, I don't do HDR like a lot of other people do. And I don't do HDR like a lot of publications recommend you to do it. I need to make the disclaimer now before we go into it, because the way I do HDR, guess what, is using the same photographic principle that we just discussed for the last 3.5 hours. So you have a negative with all the stop of exposure, you got the sweet part of it, the part the director of photography want to use for telling the story. You already extract that. You build a look, and I make a stupid S curve. The look goes from 0 to near 0, 0-ish nits, to 48 nits of the projector. You need to do a 709 one. Will you change the photography? No. You spend the last month, sometimes months, to build exactly the mapping you wanted for the device. So you remap this one between 0 and 100 nits. Okay? So the S-curve is the same, the photographic spread is the same. Every single decision you took in the last 3 months is still there. And guess what? You just double the light. Shouldn't that be weird? Perhaps at the first 5 minutes. But remember, your eye doesn't work for absolute luminance. It works for ratios. Today, right now, in front of the screen, probably the brightest light is about 300 nits. The image look about normal. If I go outside right now, there's the sun, I can get peaks of 40,000 nits. They still look normal. It doesn't look freaking 20 stop above, because the eye adjusts for you. While the eye has a capability of going from near 0 to 24 stop of maximum exposure of range, it doesn't do that at the same time. Roughly, you have 12 stop of good exposure, where below this one you see black, above this one you see white. And those 12 stop also are not very linear. 10-ish, 11-ish about are linear, and then you have a toe and a shoulder. That's the way we work. If you go from outside to inside, it immediately look dark. After a moment, your eye adjusts. If you go from seeing a projection to seeing a standard dynamic range 100 nits, it feels bright for a moment and then looks normal. Why? Because the photographic stop exposure ratio are the same. If you buy a TV now in the field and you still watch standard dynamic range, guess what? You're probably hitting anything between 200 and 300 nits in standard dynamic range. And I put exactly the same curve. I don't do a trim because I can't. You're getting the same SDR signal. Once you look at it, after a moment, it looks normal. Why? Because the exposure is fucking the same. Sorry, I used a French expression there. So, can we take advantage of that? Of course we can. Why not? Assuming for a second that this is 100 nits with all the stop that we wanted. I think my daughter is behind me. I know it's my brother, it's my son. So let's say 7 stop of exposure, whatever we decide that is good. Sorry, Fabio. Say hi to everybody. Hi. Okay, go to the other side. Go. It's so cute. Your tablet is in the other room. It's charging. You want the tablet? So you have 100 nits, exposure, photographic exposure, everything is fine. What if we build a virtual display? Then instead of hitting 100 nits, hits 500. Okay? Absolutely the same photographic spread. Nothing more, nothing less. Will it work? Of course it does, because the ratio are the same. So we can, in theory, just to do something very simple to do HDR, get 100 nits, remap it to a 500 nits in a PQ space, send it out, nobody will complain it, because it's working. Now, what we can do also, if you look at Toy and a shoulder, we are compressing a bunch of detail here, right? We can rebuild some of that. So in building an HDR, what I call mapping, I will modify the shoulder and potentially the toe of the image of the curve to give me back a tiny bit more of those details. So the cloud get more detail, the explosion get more detail. A lot of HDR publication tell you to do something different. You have the 100 nits and say, oh, keep it exactly as is and just put the highlights in. Okay, now this is your subject, A. The highlights were 3 stop above. Now the highlights are fucking 100 stop above, whatever it is. And the first thing you will do in color correction is bring this down. And what you do, implicitly rebuild the same curve. So instead of doing something that you have to undo as a first thing, why we don't take advantage of it? Map it, the display, the theoretical display you're using from 100 nits to whatever nits you think is good for that photography. Add some detail, but don't overpower the subject. Remember, the subject is still there. So the ratio between your highlights and the subject is what you're changing. And then go for it. How do we do this in Resolve? La, 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 la. Okay, of course I cannot change it. Now, of course, you will not see it because we don't have an HDR monitor, but just follow the idea. Up to this point, we are at 100 nits, okay? Because I'm color correcting, in this case, for internet, because we are through internet. So this represents a gamma encoded 100 nits master. We will need the scopes. And we switch the scopes now to nits HDR. Okay. And we forget about the scope for a second. Don't worry about the scope. The first thing we want to do is actually target the display. How you target the display? You put a color space transformation. And the color space is which display I have right now, as I have 709. Which gamma is the right now? 2.4, 2.2 if you are doing internet, doesn't matter. Digits. Whatever target you were doing the master color. What are we targeting? P3D65 at the specification that is S2084. Now, it look and take away the DaVinci. We don't need that shit. This is a default that it's on, that it shouldn't be on. Bug. So if you look here, the image looks like crap because you don't have a proper HDR display, but you see that the photography is between 0 and 100 nits. Okay, nothing changed. If you look at this in a proper HDR monitor, look absolutely identical to the SDR that we just did. No surprise. So what do we do next? Oh, it's a red log. No, this is Sony, because it's Sony, it doesn't matter. Or it doesn't matter. This Sony should not have this look. We can keep it, why not? So it's a Sony camera, so it passed through the whole look. These represent our photography. The next thing you want to do, like we say, mapping for a virtual device. The virtual device we want to hit, let's say for sake of exercise, is a 500 nit device. So I have a very convenient line here. I use this node number 8, doesn't matter. And I literally just gain up to hit the target. Now, to be mathematically correct, this gain should be done in linear light, not in gamma encoded. But practically, I see very little difference to do it in linear light to gamma encoded. And linear light is because we are literally going from 100 nits of exposure to 500 nits of exposure of direct light out of the emitter to your eye. Linear light is the correct math. However, for all intent and purposes, the difference is so minimal that the observer cannot see it. If the observer cannot see it, reduce complexity. Gain, it's fine. Next thing you want to do, you see the shoulder, you want to recover a little bit of those details. So if this one is the mapping to 500 nits, the other thing is the recover. This guy, we go down to, you can do highlights, you can use the new HDR, you can use curve, doesn't matter. Let's do something simple. Let's say everything above 0.75, we recover. See what I'm doing? I'm stretching back the shoulder. Therefore, some of the details that in SDR were compressed, they come back. But also, I'm not overpowering the subject. I'm not adding so many stops of light. Is the shot of somebody against the window about what's outside of the window or about the character inside the window talking? It's about inside the window talking. Who bloody care about the outside? Is a distraction. You want to give a bit more because your highlights, your laser sword, your clouds, sure. But don't overpower your subject. The next node, occasionally, because the black in an HDR display tend to fall off a cliff. Literally, there's a cutoff point where blacks just go down and clips. And they are much thicker than a standard dynamic range, especially if you're in projection. On the bottom, I may or may not choose to recover some of it. And this is literally, do you want it, you don't, whatever you want to do. Most of the time, so this was the recover of the highlights. And this is the recover of the black, or black. Most of the time, I actually don't use it. So let's reopen this one. Let's reset. How do you reset this thing? There. That is it. You just did an entire HDR pass of this piece. It's nothing more simple than that. You bring the whole photography that you just worked 3 months for it, and you go to HDR. If you are building HDR first, you simply build a look that target HDR. That is the look for the HDR. And the entire photography play within that look. Homecoming, The Old Guard, Bliss, all those projects that I had to finish for Netflix in HDR or Amazon, and currently the other 3 things I'm doing, the look has been built in this way because the advantage is that you have 100 nits lookup table you can give on the set, VFX, producer, Netflix itself, and editorial gets up to here and you know that you are doing a proper mapping of the same photography to HDR, when we sit in, we do that. That's the simplest way to do HDR. And I don't do anything else. It's simple as that. And I know the majority of you are thinking, what the hell are you talking about? And I'm telling you, just try. Open, if you have Netflix, watch The Old Guard in HDR. Watch Amazon Uncommon in HDR. Watch Bliss in HDR. They look proper because the photographic ratio is correct. And I'm meeting 800-900 nits, and it's brighter than most of the HDR you find around. Yes, who cares? I'm keeping the photographic spread. That's how I do it. Now, this will bring us to the last portion that will take me 15 minutes to destroy. Dolby. How you go from the HDR back to the SDR for the Dolby Pass. And I know I'm going slightly above 4 hours, but please let me do this one, because this is another thing that I do differently than most. So this is the problem you're facing with Dolby. And I do more Dolby than HLG, so pardon if I don't talk about HLG. You have 100 nits starting point that everybody saw and love. You transform that elegant to, let's say, 800 nits, keeping the same photographic spread. And now you have to do a Dolby mapping down to, guess what, 100 nits. Now, if you think about for a second, you went from 100 nits to 800 nits with a single transformation. The whole photography follow you. The whole photography is already done in a way that bright and scene are supposed to be brighter, dark and scene are supposed to be darker. Can I find a way to go from the 800 nits down to 100 nits and substantially get exactly the same starting point? That is the Dolby challenge. To do that, you have to do exactly what Dolby tells you not to do. So if you're willing to get this path, be aware you will be rejected in QC and you have to fight for it. But the substantial of it is, imagine for a second, using this method, single mapping to HDR, that you have 100 years of history of photography. Okay? You have it in your machine. And you go from beginning to end of all this photography, you map it for HDR, and you want to go down to SDR. Can you find a frame, a test frame that represent the photography, the 100 in photography in its essence? Yes, you can. The simplest way to do it, it's actually build a ramp that goes from 0, because sometimes you fade to 0, to white, because guess what? Sometimes you have white, with a 50% gray. That is a very simple test frame that represent every single photography that can ever be built at that particular nit level. Then you analyze that with the Dolby Analyzer. It will give you a minimum, an average, and a max. And what it does what it does Dolby is basically grabbing this that was a 500 nits and find the best mapping down to 100 nits that is slightly S-curve-ish, slightly. But guess what? It's still somehow a ramp. Guess what? Every single ratio you had in 100 nits is maintained. Once you find that, you may want to do a couple of trims. For example, the black feels a little bit thick during this transformation, so I tend to raise them a bit. And sometimes I want to just clip some of those highlights, because in mapping it down, the Dolby matte tend to privilege a little bit too much the highlights. So I put, for example, 0.015 on the height, 0.015 on the black to recover the black. So now you have one analysis, one trim, You select those two parameters, you slap it on the whole movie, you are bloody done. That is exactly what Dolby tells you not to do. So if you do that, they will chase your tail. You have to absolutely explain why you're doing that. This is to maintain the photographic ratio intended from the photography. And it works because I went from standard dynamic range or whatever to high dynamic range with a single transformation. If you have multiple transformation, it doesn't work. Now, what's the thing is they tell you, oh, analyze the whole thing and analyze single shots and then you trim it. Okay, great. Let's see what the analysis does. So you have, let's start with the one scene, the classic scene. You have a table, you have one person here, pardon, the stick figure, you have a person here, you have a window, and you have here a wall. Wall, window. The director of photography already put lights to make the two subjects where he wants in the exposure time. However, if you look at one shot, you have the window behind, so the average of this shot is perhaps number 700 or 70%, yeah, 70%. The average of the other guy against a dark background is 300 or 30%, 70-30. What Dolby's tried to do is brighten this shot and darken this shot because of the analysis telling to do so. But that's not what you want. You already have established the ratio between these two persons. You want one side of the screen to be bloody darker and one side to be bloody brighter. Keep that. Dolby tried to help you, and in trying to help you, it actually undo the photography. And the next thing you're doing is trimming to try to bring this one down, that one up. So right. In Resolve, what you can do, even if you don't have the Dolby license, is say, I have a scene, I can analyze the whole scene, find the minimum, max, and average, and apply to the whole scene. That is a much smarter choice because the whole scene will maintain those brighter versus darker. Okay, you solve the problem for a scene. But this scene was done at the wall in Game of Thrones with a bunch of snow. So the average of the scene is really bright, and this scene is done in a cave, is very dark. And now you have to trim this scene that is too bright and Dolby tame it down with this scene that was dark, and you break the photography per scene. So should I get the whole movie in average? Yes, you should do that. Imagine for a second 1917, the movie. Conceptually speaking, photographically speaking, executionally and script, it's one shot. From beginning to end, it's one shot. In the Dolby point of view, one shot need to be analyzed and blend. And in that shot, you have bright exterior, bright interior, dark exterior, full night, full explosion. You have everything. The entire photography of the movie is in one shot. You analyze it, you put one analysis, one trim, you're done, and it works. So if it worked for 1917, work for every other effing movie out there in the wild. That's exactly what Dolby tells you not to do. If you want to follow this one, like I say, be prepared to have master QC rejecting because you have too many shots with the same analysis. And your answer is, I'm maintaining the photographic intent. That is about it. And I know what I say right now goes against every single thing that people ever teach about HDR. So I apologize about that, but that's how I do it.
So thanks for coming to my masterclass. That's pretty amazing. Walter, we have a bunch of questions. We want to just try and get some to you with, a little bit more of your time. You've been very generous. So
of course, like I say, I'm willing, if you guys want to stay a little bit longer, I'm willing to give you another hour of question and answer until my wife can hear and just start to spoon me.
Right, exactly. So somebody had asked here, what are the render settings for HDR master renders? Is that dependent on your deliverable?
Yes. So the basic,
do you have to put any, go ahead.
The basic idea is at the moment, and I'm talking about Dolby. So again, HLG may be slightly different. Let me add one more thingy. Out of 5, white. Thank you. So at the moment for Dolby, and this is true for Netflix, Amazon, Hulu is doing the same, at least the production I'm seeing right now. They're asking for P3D65 color volume within a 2020 container. That means that even if the container is 2020, you have to limit your gamut at P3. Okay.
Got it.
And the ST2084 is also called PQ. That's the actual gamut curve. Like instead of saying gamma, we call it PQ. So currently, my understanding is we generate a P3D65 PQ master delivered within 2020 container. That is the current specification. The other thing that I don't know how much strict they are, Netflix at this point. Netflix demanded, it's funny enough, a single lookup table / transformation / look on top of everything. So the funny thing is that everything I do with the look in HDR is exactly what Netflix was demanding for 4 or 5 years. I don't even know if they demand that or not. They may not. They may have now relaxed that constraint, but it still works. So why not?
Right. Somebody else, let me see here. Somebody asked if you're a purist and you want to do the mapping from 100 to 1,000 nits, let's say, with the best way possible, what would you suggest? That's my main artistic problem with HDR. I don't want the highs to be 5 stops above the talent. I think you had kind of addressed that with your ratios.
Oh yeah, just simple. I'm sorry, I didn't share the screen when I was talking about the other one. Simple. Get the 100 nits, gain it up until in HDR you reach the nits level you want it. Restore slightly more of the highlights. You're good. Fathom. There is a documentary that is coming up in a few weeks in Apple TV. They shot with an Alexa. The director of photography / director is a documentary shot with an Alexa bot in Alaska and Papua New Guinea. So no light condition, like whatever light condition is there is there. The Alexa become effectively your tool to get the photography right. You just try to expose at 18% gray with an exposimeter. You know, it's roughly this measure it will go. We did the initial pass at 1,000 nits because I had to work on a Sony X300 monitor, knowing that when I had the day of trim inside of a Pulsar and I could reach 2,000 nits, I can just scale it. I scale it, we watched that, we did the trim pass for 100 nits, 600, and 1,000 nits on the Dolby XML, we are done. If you ever have a 2,000 nits monitor or TV, watch it at 2,000 nits. It's absolutely gorgeous. And even if a documentary, I use the same strategy. Which is the best way to bring the entire photography to 2,000 nits, knowing the challenges of shooting in the wild. The director of photography did his best to nail the exposure of the subject, and I know I need only 4 stops above, 3 stops below, I'm done.
Somebody here is asking, do you think it's a good time now in 2021 to invest in an HDR reference monitor? Couple questions about that in the chat. You know, the benefits of having an SDR and an HDR reference monitor, and you know, do you think it's a worthwhile investment?
Yes, however, it's very difficult to find an HDR monitor on a price range that doesn't break the bank. So I'm actually looking for something for home because we are doing a lot of in-home work from Company 3. We're trying to set up more of a remote grading, and I can do standard dynamic range. I have the tool for that. HDR is difficult, and Company 3 doesn't have hundreds of X300. They cost 30 grand each to give every colorist. So we need to find an elegant way. Flanders Scientific has monitor. Sony actually has. Let me reshare the screen. If I can find, I'm not gonna find it. Sony has a couple of nice 24 inches or 17 inches for respectively something like 10 grand and 7 grand.
Mhm.
I know LG has something. Can I use a domestic LG to do HDR? Yes. One, if you can calibrate it close enough, and two, if you accept the tolerance of it. You can. Like I was saying earlier, can I use a normal computer monitor to color my piece? Of course you can. But the closer you are to the tolerance, the more people will see the intended photography. If you have a tool, your primary display, that deviate from the standard, more people will see of the different image.
Mhm.
So it's the more precision you have, the better it is.
There's a couple questions here about the kind of like procedural process of working as a colorist. Within Company 3, do you guys have, besides the actual colorist role, do you have other people that are like assistant colorists or that are prepping stuff for you? Can you describe kind of what that's like?
Okay, so it depends. In Company 3, there are colorists that are more busy, so they rely on trusted assistant colorists to do, for example, the balancing pass. I have, in one side, I really like what I'm doing, so I like to serve the photography from beginning to end, and I'm not that busy that I have to hand off some of the work to an assist. So usually the way I work, for example, for feature, Chris is my online editor. He's amazing. He prepared everything for me. Color tries to be effect if I have to copy color to a VFX, and I do everything else. So two main people is usually the setup I like. I know there are, Sonnenfeld, he's so busy that there is no possible way he can do everything. So he has a couple of very trusted colorists that work for him for 8 years now. So he set up the main, like I say, you set up the main look of the scene. The matching of the scene is very technical. If you have somebody that know what he's doing, matching of a scene doesn't imply, much creativity. It's seeing the difference between the shot, seeing the difference between the photography, make it flow. So there are people that use colorist assist. I don't. Whatever you want to do. So I mean, that is how much work you have, how you like to work.
Right. And then how much time do you normally have with clients in a suite? Like if you're working with a director or DOP, I know you've talked about like the planning process to develop the look over months, but like, let's say you're doing a project and you're bringing them in and they have comments on certain shots. Like what's that process like depending on the project you're working on?
So the basic idea, if we can develop a look before the shoot, it's great. Star Wars or Nobody or Bliss, we were able to do that ahead of time. Other show like Green Book, they went to shoot, they use a normal Alexa lookup table as a base. So the photographic spread was the one of an Alexa using the Alexa representation. And when it came to me, we modify slightly that look. We introduce some of the filmic element that we like, elation, grain. We change slightly the feeling of the highlights, the feeling of the lowlights, whatever. So you may have some ahead of time. Sometimes you don't. The show that I'm showing to you, the shorts that I'm showing to you, they come to me after the fact. So why not? The next thing to consider is that usually director of photography will sit with you for the most part. If you get paid because everybody has to eat, he will sit with you for the whole process. Sometimes they can't, so they may sit with you one day and then go away and then come back. So what you want to do, I'm not sharing the screen. What you want to do, let's say that you have a director of photography that has 3 days free. You want to sit with him the first day. The first day, you go through every scene, you hit the hero shot, and you do the scene trim. So we know that the starting point of each scene is the one that it should be. Then he goes away, and you do all the technical matching that you have to do. When you come back after 2-3 days, you can play the movie in the ballpark. And at that point, if he likes it, you're done, you move to the next phase. If he doesn't, he has the trim node for him. The Hail Mary pass node that I showed you earlier has the function of, at the back end of the process,
The director come in, or the producer, or the girlfriend of somebody important and say, why we don't make everything brighter? And you can do that. Now, there was one trim node that I did not describe. So let me share for a second that again. And this is part of keeping the workflow elegant. So let's imagine this, what I'm doing right now for Queen Sugar. Queen Sugar was shot in Louisiana, came to me. The director of photography is still shooting the next episode, so I don't have it with me. So what I do is exactly what we described right now. I do the scene, I do my base. Because it's the 5th season, I know which kind of little trim he may need, and I put it. Then the director of photography come in remotely, and I play, and he asked me to do some trim on certain shots. If I do it here, I may break his. Those one are more global one, so I park myself on this node, and I do the trim just for the shot. So I don't break any of the little trimming, and I can still do a session. And what he asked me to do very often, can you show me a before and after? If you start to put it here, it becomes difficult to do a before and after. If you have it here, you just mute the shot and you show before and after. Done. Let me just mute this one so we can actually do an example. So let's say that, oh, can you make it warmer? There. Can you show before and after? There. Done. So that node is for the interactive session. If a director of photography cannot be with you from the beginning and you go down to an interactive session, you have a place that it's clean. It will not break any of the things you do. It will not break any of the scene level things, and you can trim little shot here and there. So again, it's try to give you chances to elegantly solve problem. Another thing that I didn't mention that I want to mention right now, complexity. Can I add complexity to node structure? Yes, but you may break the node structure. So what you want to do, you want to transform one of the node as a compound node. So let me just add 2 nodes here for the sake of exercise. We do a compound node. Bloop. I'm going to get this one, show the node tree. Where is the show the node tree? Show the node tree. There you are. And just do this one. Usually I have a compound node already generated. So this one I'm just generating with you. So that is a compound node. So imagine we are in the case of, I need to pull 10 different keys from the same shots. I can go inside the compound node, and now I can pull how many keys I wanted. I can make this one as complex as I want it. Like, you know, blah, 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 blah. I don't really care, because the very complex color I have to do on that single shot. And when I get out of it, guess what? It's encapsulated. Hide the complexity. If the next node need the same thing, display node graph, go here, grab it, drag it, done, move on. You encapsulate in one single container all the complexity that particular shot need. You go to the next shot. You don't have to chase down which shot, which trim you use. You have it, it's there, you grab it. Can I see without it? Sure, you hide it. So if you use different color tools, find which is the way you can hide complexity. When you're there with a client, ask you a bunch of changes, you must not think about where to put it. Because if you do things too complex, later on, you cannot either reproduce for the next shot, or you cannot elegantly undo them.
That's really good insight. Thank you. Let's see. Do you isolate skin tones with a key and adjust them? Is that how you normally work with skin tones, or do you normally?
Never. No. Because my first correction is to make the subject look right.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's, you know, think about it. The director of photography light a subject. A subject tell the story. Mm-hmm. The camera was pointed at a subject and captured that on the best light. Mm-hmm. The only thing I do is, again, balance the subject where it should be. If the background is off, I invite you to do something. It's an experiment. Whoever of you watch Dunkirk, Go and watch it again. Watch just the dogfight with the planes, okay? Just that scene. Look at the dogfight. When you're done, watch it again, and now force yourself to not look at the plane, look at the background. It's all over the bloody place because it was shot through several days. The clouds are all over the sun is all over the bloody place. The surface of the water is different shot to shot. Who cares? That's not the story. The story is not about the cloud. The story is about the two planes fighting. Make the subject look great. Then if you have time, you deal with the cloud in the background. As simple as that.
Right. Well, I'm sure there are devastated YouTubers right now who are just crying in their pillows about keying videos. Okay.
Let me answer. I'm just looking at something. Jeffrey say, if my dynamic and noise reducer node where you would animate keyframe for your brightness, yes. Because the idea is, even in a shot, I found, let's say you have the example I was saying, the indoor to outdoor. One of the two position is the hero position, sometimes both. One of the two, the hero position. So I tend to go there, balance the shot for that, then put a keyframe in the other side to do the second half of the shot. Or the sun went away at one point. And I try to hide those changes with camera movement. That's a funny thing. If you have a shot that is static and you try to do a change, you will see it. There is nothing you can do, you will see it. But what I'm trying to do is, if there is a camera movement there, try to hide it within the camera movement. Try to mimic what the director of photography will do. Think about it. He has on a Steadicam, he has a control for the iris. The iris is in one position, the Steadicam pull back, walk following the character outside, and he's riding the stop going outside. If you have to do it in Resolve, mimic the same thing because it feels natural. That's what will do, the director of photography will do. And that's what your eye will do. You will have a moment where the brightness set in and then adjust because your eye adjusts. Take advantage of the limitation of the eye to hide the correction in it. They feel natural. You don't see them.
There was a question here. I think it ties into what we did earlier when you transformed that Sony camera to the Alexa space.
Yeah.
It says, how would you manage the workflow with different cameras that need different color space transformations? Would you do it by camera group?
Yes.
Or for each color space, and then do another for, group for the scenes?
Yeah, so there are different methodology. If you have a lot of camera, it can be challenging, but the basic idea is, at least at Company 3, we build DCTLs, a fancy way to say math, to transform the color space of the camera to one to another.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have the power of Company 3, you can always get DCTL from, I think, Yuan Melara. No, who is the guy? There is somebody that built some of those DCTLs, and those DCTLs are based on the white paper, literally gamma transform gamma to go from one to another. Or you can use Resolve. Resolve allow you to use a color space transform. You can put it at the first node to put camera together. Or you can use the color space transform to dump a lookup table that does that transformation for you. I mean, each method has advantage or disadvantage, but the basic idea is I like to bring every single camera to a common color space, then hit the color space look.
Right.
Now, let me do one more digression. Do you like ACES? Do you want to use ACES? Use ACES. That's not a problem. But what I want to show you is a different thing. Let me reset all this mofo from beginning to end. So now the node space, the node structure is the same, doesn't matter. Let's clear all this stuff. Let's put a bunch of nodes. Let's go at the end. Let's get Sony because this camera is Sony. I hope I share the screen, otherwise I'm just talking my ass off.
Yeah, we see it.
Good. Okay, because I forget something. So let's say if you use Resolve Color Transformation or Resolve Color Management or Base Light Management or whatever management system you decide to use, the manufacturer will do a transformation for you. And the question is that transformation good? I don't know. Let's check. 709 2.4. What is Gamma 2.4? I lost it. 2.4. Okay, so This is Sony 2709. That is the same transformation that will be used roughly. I don't need this guy. Roughly inside Resolve Color Management. And my question to you is, does that look even remotely close to an S-curve? The whole photographic principle we spend now 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 39 seconds talk about. No, it does not. So the first thing you will do if you use a color space managed is actually to shape that, to try to build an S-curve that maintain the photographic intent. So do you want to use color space managed because it gives you an image that somehow look normal? Sure. Does that image look good? I don't know. Perhaps not. And if you do the same thing with ACES, I think there is also an extra transformation here going on. There's an extra transformation that I'm not seeing. No, there isn't. Okay, everything is fine. If the image looks very bright. I'm just not used to use this one, so I don't know, it looks wrong to me. So do you want to yes a starting point? Yes, but the next thing you do, you are now shaping, fighting that transformation just to get the photography out. That's why I prefer to build my own look. And I show you two methods. They are perfectly valid. You want to use an array lookup table as starting point? Please do. Do you want to use a film lookup table as starting point? Please do. Marry the photography, marry the color space to the lookup table. It's a perfectly valid starting point. Now, I downloaded, I've been asked, or somebody give it to me, lookup table that represent a bunch of movies, you know, The Look, Mad Max, or Dunkirk, or this or that, or this or that.
Right.
And first of all, they don't tell you which color space in input and output they are. And I dig a little bit, and correctly, the idea is that you need to have a 709 input and a 709 output, and you give a transform. And one of the lookup table caught my eye. It's called the Devil's Reject. Let me talk about that. I did the fucker movie, okay? I know what the Devil Reject look like. That lookup table look absolutely fucking nothing like the movie. So you're getting something that just because it's called the Devil Reject doesn't mean it looks like a Devil Reject. It doesn't, by 1.5 miles. Now, do your research. How the Devil Reject was done. Was done using a film stock in 2005. Do we have a representation of the film stock available close enough? Yes, Resolve has film stock. Add grain, idolation, that's your starting point. The rest is the photography.
Right.
Don't get bumbleized and buy a random lot just because somebody told you look like Joker. It doesn't.
There was a question, you know, because you've kind of talked about the photography and the image pipeline a little bit. There was a question about general knowledge and what books you might recommend for people to kind of help, you know, kind of get a base of technical understanding.
Yes, just give me a second. Okay, let's put this one here. Let me share so you see what I'm seeing. What is the sharing button? So I will give to Tech this document. That's a document that I'm collecting from a lot of different places. Forum, my personal experience, and this talk about both technical, artistic, books, resources, and I keep updating it. So I will give you a link when the class is done. I will give you a link that anybody can access. And it really depends how much in depth you want to go. Some of them are very simple, show you how to do basic looks in Resolve. Some of them show you more about in-depth techniques. Some of them are more abstract, like we were saying, the culture. When we have a color, what the color represent as a social cultural idea. Let me give you a funny story. So they did an experiment. It's a podcast that talk about how brain react to color. It's available as a podcast. It's a university lessons, but that doesn't matter. They're talking about the color blue. The color blue is the perfect color to put you asleep. It pacifies you. With one exception. They run the test of blue versus neutral color, blue versus other color on a bunch of places. And suddenly enough, in Italy, there was a variation of the reaction of the people to that specific blue color, specifically male. And they try to understand why the Italian population get excited to that specific color instead of to fall asleep at that specific color, because the color they choose was very close to the soccer national team Azzurri. So in the back of the mind of the Italian male, the soccer instinct kick in. That's a fun experiment. It's one of those things just amazing. The other experiment that I want you guys to do with your kids, if you have it, find Jello that is transparent. Okay, it doesn't have any taste, transparent. Then get food coloring and ask your kids to choose 4 or 5 coloring and make different little Jello, different color. Put it in the fridge, go to sleep. The day after, ask your mom, your kids, whatever, to do 2 things. 1, taste the Jello or give the Jello to somebody that actually didn't know that you're doing that, and ask them which flavor the Jello is. It is actually nil, but the color of it will suggest to you a taste. It's freaking amazing. If you have a red juicy one, you start to talk about strawberries.
Right.
If it's a blue one, because there are very little blue color in nature, you will find that nauseating.
Mm-hmm.
If it's green, it does feel like, a lemon. The gel has no color. Then you redo the experiment with that person blindfolded and say, well, they taste like nothing. Then do it blindfolded and tell, you are tasting a red Jello. They will tell you again that has a color. They will not believe they don't have a color. It's amazing how color change perception. So keep that in mind. In some of the books and some of the podcasts,
talk about theory and
yeah,
that's awesome. Okay, let's see.
Sorry, Filippo. Yes, 2006 World Cup triggered. I have one anonymous attendee that say, I've incorporated any of the new Resolve DaVinci 17 tools. I'm actually liking the color warper. I find it easier to slightly do different color. For example, on the leaf, instead of trying to pick a key and try to stare the key where I want it, I find it easier to just pick a point and gently tug it. It breaks the image a lot less. So I'm liking that new tool quite a lot.
There was a question that we had from Mike Lollip. He says, as a music video maker, how can I export videos and retain the same level of exposure and contrast? This happens to change as soon as it gets uploaded to YouTube Vimeo. So any strategies on your part to mitigate?
If you believe in God, you can pray. There is no strategy. I mean,
right.
Let me give an example. A TV manufacturer that will remain nameless talked with a very important industry manufacturer that will remain nameless. They were talking about making a standard for viewing, I think it was HDR. The TV manufacturer told the other manufacturer a simple truth. If every TV look exactly the same, why they buy my TV? Mm-hmm. At a premium. So you are fighting an impossible task. Every single TV manufacturer, every single bloody thing out there will try to put the special sauce so they can sell at a premium their TV. I wish there is a button that sets everything to 0. There isn't. So you, assuming that your color chain is correct, the best thing you do is target the specification. And then hoping that the operative system of your Mac or PC doesn't screw up when it comes back from YouTube. There is really nothing you can do. I mean, there are River or Virtual Ink that has been wasted answered that question, why doesn't it look the same? Because they actually don't want to.
Right.
And it's such a mess right there that it's really difficult. So do the best you can, hope for the best.
Well, Walter, any closing thoughts you might have for the team, for the group? Anything you haven't shared with us that you'd like to share as a?
So going back to write a book that I started this chapter of our life together with, you learn how to write, you learn how to read. That's learning your tools. Being Resolve, being Lumetri, being Photoshop, doesn't really matter the tool. You need to know your tools before you go to the next step. But writing a book, the tool is not really fundamental. Fundamental is what you do with it. Each one of us has literally, can you see this? Yeah, literally a $1 pen. I cannot write like Stephen King, even if I have a pen. The fact that all of you can now get Resolve for free doesn't make you a colorist. Experience make you a colorist. A lot of time, people ask me, what's your secret? My secret is very simple. Respect the original photography. Find the original photography. That's my secret. Help your DP to succeed. Of course, if the photography need help, you need to know how to do it. But you should not aggressively change the photography if you don't even know what the director of photography wants. That's pretty much my secret. What I show you today, building a strong look, make the scene work within the look, match to the hero shot. That's what I do every single day. I don't suddenly put hundreds of nodes and put a shot before and after on Judge My Grade. Hey, look how much good I am. You don't even know what was the discussion before the shot. If I show you something I'm doing right now that I cannot show you, that I'm trying to simulate 16 millimeter that was captured in 1980, that was abandoned in a garage that we developed today that is completely faded, and I put that in my color grade, you're telling me I'm an idiot because you don't have the context. When you see that in the context of simulating old footage, looks amazing. So context is important. Where the context come from? From your director of photography, from the story, from the script, from whoever else worked in the movie. It's not your movie.
Exactly. Well, Walter, a few people have asked throughout the actual class that, whether or not this will be available to them. We'll be able to, email you guys the accessible link so you guys can rewatch this. There's a lot of material, a lot of information here, even just quick little, like I've seen some people within the chat say, oh, what did he click? How did he get to this window to present, like even just things that you're just doing on autopilot that make the navigation of the software so smooth and seamless. Like those little moments are worth rewatching as well.
Yeah, and absolutely. The idea is that I didn't want to spend too much time showing you, hey, pressing this button.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the idea is that you may not even use Resolve. You may use Baselines or another one. It's what I want to focus about is why you press the button. That's more important than which button you press. Of course, you need to know which button you press.
Right.
Why you do it is more important.
Right. That's very good. Well, I think just on behalf of everybody who's attended and everybody who's gotten a chance to listen to you be exceptional, we just want to say thank you for your time. You've been incredibly generous. The classes, I'm sure, really excited about some of the stuff that you've taught them. If you guys are interested in learning a little bit more on a granular level how to push buttons and how to get familiar with Resolve, obviously TAC Resolve Training has an incredible course that you can dig through and kind of get familiar and gain some experience with those things. But as far as the big picture, Walter, you've really kind of added a lot of value to all of our lives and to all of our careers, and I'm sure our clients will be happier. So we just want to say thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for letting me do it, by the way. I love to do this kind of stuff.
Oh, it's wonderful. I'm sure we'll have you back again. I mean, this is the second time we've had a chance to talk. So I'm excited. I feel like a more competent colorist just watching you work. So thank you so much. It was a privilege. And thank you everybody in the group. If you have any questions, feel free to email those to the team. And as soon as we have the finished video, we'll just send it over to you guys for you to rewatch and enjoy and try and get more out of it. So
yeah, and I apologize. I mean, I see a lot of questions that I wish I had a chance to answer, but we simply run out of time. That's it. So I try to incorporate while I was talking. I was glancing and try to incorporate some of those questions in the speech itself. The white paper, you can get it from us. Actually, I'm in the little package. I have the white paper for Sony Alexa and Red.
Red.
So you at least get those. I could not get my hand on a Canon one, nor a Blackmagic, and my fault. Yeah, you can ask directly. Say, hey, do you have a white paper for this camera? And they will give it to you.
Most times the manufacturers will have those available, but we'll try and assemble all those assets, including that document with those books, and try and make those shareable as well. So, all right, everybody, thank you so much for joining. We're really glad you're able to be here, and if you enjoyed it, please let us know on social media, tag us, and share your experience, and we'll see you at the next one. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Ciao.